Call of Duty League. We have got some things working for you here. And hopefully you'll be able to join us for the broadcast. Just bear with us. We're just trying to get gameplay and content rolling. Obviously, I'm Bryson. Me is Chance. How are you, friend?
Dude, I was listening to Feeling Like Teej in preparation for this series, so I'm actually kind of turned, and it's just an invasion. So we got to get nice and prepared, but TJ absolutely is. He is never going to stray away from the ego check.
No, it certainly is not. Through on the main talk, one of the teams back in the roster for Real. Visa issues, I believe, coming through, but we'll see how it works. Obviously, with Clayster last year, there's still a little bit of chemistry there that should work.
No, 100%. You get the band back together, you know? Get the old boys back in the squad. And honestly, Teej has been grinding throughout Challenger. So I actually have pretty high expectations. I mean, he's been a pro basically his entire adult and half of his child life as well. So make no mistake, Teej is a menace on the map. Already trying to get a couple cutoff kills on the rotation over towards P2. But accuracy is posted deep in the back. And TJ's going to sniff him out. At least gets the trades. A little bit of mixiness there over towards P2, though. It's going to be a bit of a 50-50 split as the fight commences.
Oh, Quinn. An opportunity maybe to get into this one. Neither team wants to hit Quinn. He's beaming. That's 6 in a row so far. Now just cutting them a bit. There's another one. That's 7. The streak is alive.
Yeah, no, Gwyn, unironically, he's been like a top 5 slayer in the game so far this year. He has actually been disgusting and not going to shy away from trying to throw the team on the back. Only 20 seconds left on this hill. GODRX's job is effectively just to try to keep them off of it. Where he falls, though, that is scrap time for Minnesota collected. On the rotation, though, Carolina got a full map spread deep on the right side. Nobody actually in time yet, though, so 4 gunfights before they really start to run it up.
Wow, let's see. For me right now, I think these two teams are pretty even. It's going to be about these rotations as it is so many times on this map. And both these squads looking for this break here. Lynz looking, desperately trying to figure out if he can get through and help his teammates out. If it already finds Clayster, that's off the hill. And now Lynz looking to strike. Finds one on the back, gets the first. Goes on the second, doesn't get it, but it might be just enough to give his teammates some breathing room. That doesn't happen. The Ravens still lock it down.
Yeah, just a little bit of a hiccup. I don't know if Clayster actually got wall banged or not, but Vivid takes him out of the hill, but it's all just to strip away maybe an extra 10 seconds. So 20-point gap right now. TJ gets that errant kill around the actual point. So that is a good chunk of time for Black Carolina there on the Showers Hill.
This for them. They just want to keep this back to back as well. Lynz trying to get through. This is always a dangerous place to get into. Lots of close fighting, but at the moment they are locked in. 8 seconds to go. They are in the better position. Røkkr, of course, looking for their first win in the CDL this year.
Yeah, no, and, you know, maybe not a bad start, a good series for them to try to get on board. Obviously, if a team is having to make a roster swap just a few days in advance, that is a massive opportunity to get those 10 CDL points. And inside the actual hill right now, Vivid nice and posted. They had some good nades to make sure they get the break over towards this P4 hill. And, I mean, more or less just big chilling up top. Not a ton of pressure getting pushed, but finally Carolina getting set up, and apparently no trophies as well. It's actually just going to be the nades that take him down, and more importantly, the spawn flip is in. TJ, either he got the spawn or on an early rotation. I think he won 2 gunfights along the way. So TJ putting in some serious work for the long term.
This is all about the battles. Into Palace we go in just a few minutes, but you can already see the setup rolling through. Money Hill, thy name is this. Can they push through? It's been very difficult to watch teams try to go through this bender. We saw yesterday, Chance, I remember, a team give up full 60. Just didn't even attempt it.
I mean, I don't think we're going to see the same thing here, but it can be absolutely brutal. I mean, if you get a wipe or even these first few kills, that is where you're going to have to chalk things up. And there's the first 2. Gwyn doing Gwyn things. Again, one of the better slayers we have in the league at the moment. This rookie right here, he has been disgusting. 15 and 4 over a minute in the hill. When it's one of those players, again, really trying to make a name for himself.
And name already been made. Realistically, had a good time. I know the Ravens have the best record. Has been a standout player for them. But we are seeing the blender. This is the Palace hard point, and it is brutal for any team to get to it. Now one more chance, but Gwyn will eventually fall. 16 and 5 already.
Well, funnily enough, someone got through, though. Lynz actually just snuck through completely. Gwyn was watching the right side. There was a small opening, and, I mean, hey, it's still good time that Carolina was able to get, but not that perfect full 60. I mean, that's honestly effectively, what, a 30-point swing kind of gunfight. That's 15 seconds Minnesota get that Carolina do not. So We'll see if that little slip in the game plan sort of pays off long term. But on this rotation, accuracy good for 2, but it's like the battle for the time. Minnesota squeaking by for the moment. Both spawns, though, coming through for the Ravens.
Yeah, Awakening just trying to hold this down, trying to look every single direction, hoping his teammates don't fall. Accuracy already falling down, opens up the doorway for him. And now Carolina Royal Ravens trying to put the squeeze on, hit every single one. Awakening finds one, not the second. Clayster gets it back as well as more players pile into this hill, but Vivid is there and he falls to do a winning Clayster. But accuracy gets his trade, and it's been mixy, but it's been Røkkr that held this down.
Okay, yeah, accuracy gonna follow up as well. I think TJ might have tried to switch it up and shoot somebody else, and accuracy is going to punish. I mean, that's accuracy 6 kill on this hill alone. Got Slang on one side of the table. Well, accuracy has stepped it up as well. Finally gets dropped, but his team set up free and clear on this rotation. It'll be easy time right now for Awakening to sort of collect. And I mean, a 20-point game, Minnesota likely is going to take the lead here.
This is all about momentum for these teams. You can see Røkkr, they were behind by a significant margin. They have brought that right back, and with that rotation, I just don't see them doing anything wrong here. Lynz is going to find an easy kill on the GODRX. It's just keeping them on the back foot. They cannot get anything going. Lynz on a 5 will eventually fall to Gwyn, but maybe too little too late. Only 34 seconds left on this point, and I don't see the Ravens getting there.
Well, I mean, they at least get a nade on the guy off time, but I mean, that's just to buy you maybe a second or two. The Slang has just completely been what turned on its head. Minnesota really cranking things up. Important gunfights, even potentially for the scrap. GODRX, another big one for the one-on-one, again, for like an extra 15 seconds. He's actually dragging 2 players, possibly 3 on the minimap to fight for this whole time. I mean, these players are just going to spawn back at Palace for Minnesota. It's a year and a half before they're going to be able to rotate towards it.
Well, we'll have to see. Just feel like this is really a battle for these two teams. A lot to prove. There's been a lot of negative things said for everybody out there about the performance of the players. So it's a little bit of a pride match, especially on the road to Scotland. You need that confidence to do the business when it comes to LAN. Already you can see Røkkr moving forward. They are finding the kills. They are finding the slays. Only Gwyn alive towards the back alone, but not outgunned. He finds the first, and that's opening up all the pathways he needs.
Yeah, so though it is just deep spawns. Basically, the entire lobby just spawned at Palace on both of these teams, but the big one, Gwyn is able to connect. He was very patient with the GODRX for some support. So again, maybe not a perfect hold there from Carolina, but still getting the majority of the time. They have reclaimed the lead. Admittedly, a very small one. Minnesota, though, on this rotation, it's going to be 2 players stacked directly in the hard point, but they don't have a lot of map control. They're going to have to fend off the pressure from very tight gunfights.
Røkkr just trying to hold. Awakening taking a bit of a hit. He's got teammates all around him, though. This is a place to assail. They're going in for it as well. Clayster's not going to win that first gunfight. TJ will get his trade, but he is alone and will go down. And there's just no way through. It's going to be another chance for the Ravens. They will have to restack and fight their way through these corners again, Chance.
And this is like a delicate sort of fight as well. You're going to have to leave at least 1 player by Palace. It looks like number 5, Clayster, is going to be sort of taking that job and making sure there's no pressure coming through. But that's like sort of the dagger of this rotation over to Palace. You can't really put on this pressure at old times. So it's an interesting situation. You give away a massive amount of time. Minnesota's going to have a very sizable lead, but you're going into a money hill. Good news, though, for Minnesota, they can't lose here, even if they give up a full 60 on Palace. They do have a decent bit of a cushion.
They certainly do. For the Ravens, though, a little bit of stress because you shouldn't lose this. You shouldn't really give any points away, and that's what they'll be looking to go for. Problem is, towards the end of this, they are going to need to rotate pretty heavily. Gwyn already calling in reinforcements in the form of a cruise. Just to maybe try and find somebody. Finds nobody, but the Ravens have got to hold now.
Yeah, and at very least, you get the intel of like, hey, they're all B Street, nobody's coming through. Like, it makes the watching the cuts that much easier. Clayster in prime position, again, just to do as much damage, get as many kills as possible. Right now, Minnesota, no approach to the hill. I think last time it was Lynz that was able to sneak through, but a much better stranglehold on this rotation this time for Carolina. So they have to play the patient game, but if they're going to get this full 60 on this Palace Hill, it's going to be a fight between both of these teams. Game likely going to be decided on P1.
Texas made the decision. They are moving. The Ravens have decided that's it. That's enough. We've got enough points here to go. They're trying to get away from it. Stun from Clayster, though. You can already see the rest of the players running through the street. They know it is all about this rotation. They have played for it. It is outnumbering here, though. Røkkr did a great job on P1 last time. Will they do it again?
Gotta get the kills. Gotta get your kills. Every gunfight is gonna set you up so well, but right now the pressure on the hill for Minnesota. GODRX, the front line in, can give you one. Are the trades coming through? Not for the moment. Clayster trying to flank. He's got the Renetti in hand. Takes one down, but he's gonna get traded. It is a slaughterfest around P1.
Oh, GODRX almost gets caught. Has to go in. 8 seconds left. He just has to try and contest, try and do something. His teammates are flooding through, but they aren't close enough, and he's going to fall as well. And it is going to be the rotation that decides it. Røkkr will take the hard point off of the Ravens. And that was very much money hill to rotation. And Røkkr got so many points on P1.
Hey, yeah, I mean, look, the P1 lockdown towards them was fantastic. I think it was even an advantage. We were watching a lot of MCWs try to slide into P1 when obviously Lynz has a rival 9 in hand. So maybe the awkwardness of coming off the Palace rotation, you don't have the right gun for the right job, but that is almost a typical Carolina Royal Ravens stat line. Gwen does everything he possibly can, drops the most kills at least on his team. His damage was up there as well, but the support was simply not in. And Bryce, I don't know if you remember the moment on the first Palace Hill, it was Carolina that had the rotation early on again, should have been good for a full 60. And Lynz just walks straight through the middle of the map in between the entire setup in Carolina, gets the guy off a hill. I think he shot GODRX like in the back. And that's for the 15 seconds of scrap. And again, that's 15 seconds that Carolina does not get, that Minnesota then collects. That is like a 30-point like value gunfight, because they left the hole open on the map on the easiest hill in the game to watch. So a very painful mistake for Carolina.
Yeah, and one of the VOD reviews was certainly worried about that one. Like I said, full 60 on Palace, it's the usual setup. You do give up a good amount of time for it. It does mean you might be late to that rotation, which we did see actually towards the end of that game. But yeah, if you are just joining us for this one, obviously we are casting the game. There has been a few technical issues today, so you'll have to just kind of deal with seeing our faces, which for most people probably they'll be quite happy to not see mine. But yeah, we'll take you through. We'll get as much gameplay and commentary on stream as we can as we go through the rest of this, and then hopefully all returns to normal, smooth sailing pretty soon. But yeah, you're joining us for Ravens and Røkkr. At the moment, these two teams not having a great time in the league, Chance.
Not in the slightest. And I'd say, I mean, even just looking at the stats, I know I was paying a lot of attention to the AR players of Minnesota coming into this series. Awakening, I think especially, but him and Accuracy are, you know, bottom 2 or bottom 3 in the league in nearly every single like main slang sort of category. And like Awakening truly has been a different player in the past 4 years compared to at least his start this year. Absolutely the player that I'm looking at to step things up for the team. At least on the Minnesota side of things. And obviously, there's been a lot of attention on GODRX on the flip side as well. Another AR player in the league that is very much struggling in the slaying categories. And we'll see how it tailspins out to the map 2 for the high-rise S&D. But the ARs, certainly a lot of attention being paid.
And I want to kind of chat out. I think Gwyn had we talked about it a little bit during the game, right? We didn't get a chance to kind of break down it completely, but you said, you know, top 5 slayer in a game, and you showed it again there. I so many times I was watching him play in and around that map, and I'm like doing everything he can. In fact, he's doing more than you would expect him to need to do, if that makes sense. Like realistically, players in those positions, 1 or 2 get traded, you put the pressure on, you're moving forward. He was finding 3, he was holding down entire points by himself. When you've got a player performing that far above, it should make everything easier on the rest of the team, right? He's opening up positions for them. In fact, we actually saw him basically solo break a hill, right? Just by playing towards the back of gas spawn. He got it. He got 2 kills. He broke the hill himself. It allowed him to get through. So it hurts when you see a player play that well, and then they still just don't get the win.
Yeah, and it really doesn't seem like he's playing 4 kills either. Like he's doing the main slaying thing when he needs to, but you're exactly right. He's also like holding the deep back and blocking spawns to set yourself up for like the shower break. So I agree. Gwyn has been the standout player, and even when the team has struggled, like there's times where like he's just a fighter. Like there's no quit in him. He does have that dog in him, so to speak. So always an interesting area to pay attention to on the mini map. High expectations, but it's also a very difficult situation right now for Carolina. Having to fill in on a player on short notice, never a fun thing to do. TJ, though, is a lethal threat, like going into the high rise. Maybe pay attention to some of the routes he's going to be taking, because I feel like he's going to be potentially given the green light in S&D. I'm not sure why you wouldn't necessarily, but, you know, figure out where he's comfortable. Let TJ go and have some fun, because when he's on point in search, you know, the double-digit games that he's collected are aplenty.
Yeah, and we're talking about Thieves, right? We're talking about him going through into this game, and I'd like to see just how he does. I mean, Thieves is always going to have an element of class around him, especially in this S&D. And hey, it's not like the Ravens' record's very good at the moment. I think the last one they won was the 6-5 reversal over the Legion. So maybe, just maybe, they can improve that here.
Well, whether or not TJ is able to clutch up, that first blood does come through for Owakening. Cross-map frag grenade that he's able to land. The bomb, though, does go down, but the post plant's on B, not the easiest to defend.
Finding Quinn, and TJ finds a huge kill there on Awakening. Oh, he's just going to get taken down in a second. Lynz checks at the right time. GODRX left alive. 1 versus 2. The second player will gun him, though. Lynz flies out and collects. And that will be the first round of Røkkr.
That is a very quick retake as well. You see for Lynz, 0 time wasted. TJ gets a kill. He's flying in for the trade before the smoke can even pop. GODRX gets a kill. Lynz is right there for the trade. So Lynz playing at the lightning speed that he needs to. And again, certainly mentioned how Owakening is struggling. He currently has the lowest S&D KD in the league by a wide margin as well. Gets 2 kills in that round and the first blood. So that is exactly what you'd like to see out of Big Wake.
Yeah, I know he's been the topic of conversation. It's probably the easiest way to put it for a lot of people about what's going on and trying to see if they can do better for this one. I feel like it's a lot of jumping considering we've had so little kind of sample sizes. Realistically, we haven't even hit the first major yet, and some of these players can get better over time. But always good to see Big Wake maybe hitting a bit of form. See if we can do it in the rest of the S&D. But the first blood, though, goes down to GODRX.
Yeah, the team's on point with their nades right now. It has been frags on the defensive end. 2 different sides of the map, and, well, Lynz's vision is perfectly fine. No trades coming through either. Gwyn certainly in an interesting spot, but he was completely exposed, and his teammate not quite watching over him in the best possible way. So it's been evened up as this bomb leaning towards that B site.
Clayster about to go at it, but Clayster has it that time. Drills Awakening. Can't get forward. Now outnumbered. Røkkr looking to get forward from Vivid and Lynz. Lynz just checking over and over again for this information. Nobody pushing. Going to make a move.
I think he's going to be on Teej too, because Teej is just playing a corner up on site. GODRX is able to find a pick in the meantime, but any direction that Lynz attempts to go, somebody's going to be looking at him. As soon as he gets that kill on Clayster, Teej is able to get there and shoot him in the back. So shout out to Clayster. I'd say that round, honestly, might have just been decided by the 1v1 gunfight you took against Owakening, and Clayster's coming out on top of those. Carolina's going to be feeling good.
That's what they needed. A little bit of recovery. It's always good to remind yourself, you know, hey, don't worry about that hard point that's just gone. S&D is a very different game. Play your corners, play your ones, and get it correct. You can see here, I always wonder who's calling the breaks for these two teams they go through. Obviously, a little bit of strategy coming out from both of them, but straight into this next one, and I just keep thinking, is this going to be a little bit of a fairy tale for one of these two teams? It's no overestimation to say that they're not really fan favorites in terms of taking much of Boston, but maybe with all the practice and all the time off, they found something a little bit different.
And maybe in some of the practice, they're working on some new strats as well. You had Minnesota triple hitting B street, but on the flip side, Carolina did the exact same thing over towards A. So you get the first blood, root out the guy that's playing on that back construction area, but not actually able to go and get the bomb down just yet. So we're going to be in a mixy round, 50 seconds left on the clock, but any map control that Carolina had, they just backed up and gave it up. And unfortunately for Clayster, doesn't spot the man on the back step. Maybe he got the call out from a teammate for Spectator. Lynz, though, has been frying. He does get traded. 1v1 between the rookie and Big Wake.
And this all comes down to the right timing here. Did he see him as well? I don't know if Awakening saw. I don't know if anyone saw him. It's got back to back. Oh my God! Røkkr win that one. But I don't know who saw what. Gwyn must not have seen him. Awakening may have caught a glimpse at the corner of his eye.
I'm telling you, neither player saw anyone. All 3 teammates of both of these players is screaming at them. You saw him turn around. Oh, please, God. That is Spectator for both of them. Yeah, that is awkwardness for sure. Carolina, the eyes. Maybe slight adjustments need to be made while live.
Well, 1v1 decided by who turns faster. A little bit of a timeout. Haven't had one of those in a while.
I mean, first time for everything. Definitely not the first time. This does happen actually fairly frequently. Not sure what's going on there. I think there's been times where you could see which team makes the request, but I might just be making that up anyway. But as it stands, Minnesota Røkkr, I mean, that 2-1 lead. Lynz has been completely on point. 5 kills just through 3 rounds. Not too shabby at all. And I think First Blood's effectively getting traded back and forth. So it's high rise, nothing too insane. One of those situations where you mantle on basically anything and you can see the entire map. So there's always going to be a lot to deal with.
Yeah, there really isn't. If you are joining us and kind of wonder what has been happening with everything so far, a few technical issues at the studio. So we are just getting things up and running, but we are on a kind of a cut back situation right now, which is why my audio was a little low when we first come into it, because we can't test something before we go live, just simply because we are using a different system. So bear with us. We'll try and get everything working very, very soon, but gameplay and the games are very, very important, and we want you to see them on time. We know people turn up for these matches. We do appreciate it, so we made sure that we could kind of get something to you so you can at least watch these players do their thing that they have been practicing for. But saying that, obviously we're in the middle of Røkkr and Ravens. If you did miss the first one, Røkkr actually managed to take that in quite a close game chance, I would say, over the Ravens. And now as we go into the S&D, we've seen Røkkr be pretty good so far. Lynz standing out for them.
Absolutely, at least in the search and destroy. I know he's heating up a decent bit on the invasion hardpoint as well. For me, though, I think the bigger story was, again, quite literally just the Palace mistake that Carolina made. Close game back and forth the entire time, but, like, there are just a few hills in this game that you can't afford to mess up on at all, and if you screw it up, it's going to turn into an L. I think, like, your Karachi P2 is going to be in the same sort of conversation where, like, if you get the early rotation and, like, get the first set of kills, like, if it's not mixy when the hill pops, you should be locking it down for a substantial amount of time. And if you screw it up, that just means you are doing something wrong. But right now, I'm just paying a lot of attention to Gwyn. I mean, cracked out, even just waiting for the round to start. He's figuring out that the sign above him says hello. So we're just learning as time goes. Yeah, but
I didn't know
on the
that.
flip side, but I mean, if we really want to like commentate the timeout screen, not a single arrow on Minnesota's moved until Vivid just spun in a circle. So I was going to say maybe it's the Minnesota timeout to orchestrate something, fix a cable. And just for what it's worth, the small technical difficulties you're talking about is a power outage. So
yeah, well,
not having power definitely an impediment to a broadcast.
It's a minor issue.
Small one, just no
put some electricity back in the flattened rocks and we'll be sweet. But yeah, you are just joining us. This is a radio kind of broadcast for us, so you won't see us on camera during this game. But yeah, I think for me, on the run up to Boston as well, Chance, while we've got some time while we wait for this to go forward, there is a how do I put this in the nicest possible moment? There is almost like a gap forming in the CDL, the top 4 teams versus everybody else. And
sure.
It seems like I didn't think the gap would be as big as it is apparently being. Like, you've got Ultra, you've got OpTic, you've got FaZe, and you've got New York, and there just seemed to be a cut above. Is it this building of a super teams in the off season that has cemented this?
That is a sort of a likely situation, I would say. I would say New York, we still need to see a little bit more out of them. I know they have a spectacular record, but maybe just based on the form they were at last year, you're still expecting them to sort of grow a little bit. But it's just tough to tell because it's how different this conversation would be if Vegas just complete the 3-0 against OpTic yesterday, because the first couple maps, they smacked them around a little bit, especially that first Karachi hardpoint. So I think there are a lot of teams in like the quote bottom 8, as it were, that are absolutely a lethal threat. It's just a matter of stringing together, sort of like playing close to perfect Call of Duty and keeping it mistake free. And I think there's a lot of teams sort of having those issues. And there you go, Minnesota ending the game. So we're going to have to make some sort of a reset.
Yeah, so we're just waiting on the official confirmation. We are hearing it's going to be a reset, so that will come back to us in a moment. But to kind of jump on your point, I think it's interesting how the top teams from last year, with the exception of maybe Thieves, because they obviously had a complete wipe, realistically, every single one of them has tried to improve this year to build almost God squads, I would say. Realistically, you got your FaZe has always been kind of hailed as a God squad, and but a lot of people were like, hey, this looks like another potential aspect of that. We know OpTic went some very big names, right? They went for the hugest names. You know, Pred was basically one of the most sought-after players of last year, even though Seattle Surge really struggled for a good portion of the season. It's only really they're kind of their last hurrah where they look like the team we thought they were capable of, and Pred get pulled out of that, put into OpTic, and they're hoping that is the magic formula for wins this year. And I think even Ultra, right? You know, they got all the way to they won a major, and they got the way to the champs. They've tried to upgrade as well. You know, teams that were already great have gone, hey, we can make this even better. Who are the greatest players we can pick up? Whereas the rest of the league, obviously, a lot of them are rebuilding from scratch. So they don't have quite the same pull to pull that kind of caliber of star player.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think kind of what happened too, you know, Octane retires, LA Thieves, they split up. So a bunch of world champs become free agents and they just get distributed out to like some of the top teams. Envoy goes to Toronto. Like it's like the quote pack-a-punch year in a sense where like Toronto were already fantastic. They picked up a world champ. Like Atlanta FaZe already fantastic. I suppose they dropped the world champ, but they also picked another world champ player up. And same thing with OpTic. They got Pred, the superstar player, the rookie of the year, had a fantastic sophomore season, and picked up Kenny, another world champ from LA Thieves. So yeah, call it the pack-a-punch year, call it the LA Thieves split out to the top team. And then I guess Octane being the addition to the flank as well. So even the flank, this might be their pack-a-punch year.
We will see. Of course, we're just waiting for this game to get underway, and as soon as it does, it will reappear on your screens. So don't worry about it. You won't miss anything as long as you are still tuned in to the CDL. Of course, you know what I was going to bring up, actually. We were kind of talking about it earlier. There is a wonderful kind of broken down stats of potential for winners brackets today. And I think if Røkkr win this, yeah, I've got it now. If Røkkr win this, there's a 55% chance of hitting the winners bracket. If they lose it, it's only 15%. These are probabilities from Doug Lieb, I believe is the way he says it. So he's kind of put these down to figure out where everybody goes. Obviously, on the other side of it, it's kind of similar for the Ravens. 53% chance if they win this, 13% if they don't. So realistically, both these two teams still a lot to play for just to get to that winners bracket.
Yes, and just to sort of summarize, it's two teams in the bottom four playing against each other. Someone's guaranteed to get the win, so whichever team towards the bottom gets that win, they're going to have an advantage in the tiebreakers, and obviously jumping up in the series count pushes them a little bit higher. So it's basically, this is the series for both of these teams to keep the dream alive. If you lose this series, you get daggered because you're losing to someone in the bottom four. And if you win, then in your final match will likely be the decider for winners bracket. So this is an incredibly important match. And the fact that CDL points are sort of like extra valuable at the start of the year, just because you want to get the ball rolling, you need to keep the good seeding. You never want to be on the back foot of like the overall standings, because being in the bottom four is a miserable spot. Roster changes start to come through, and then when you're making roster changes, it takes a little bit to get the ball rolling for like a brand new team. So it is dire. It is again incredibly important to get these early wins, and for Carolina, that just makes it a little bit extra more of the pressure they are already feeling, having to play with a substitute on short notice. Again, TJ, one of the best possible substitutes you could get for a team, especially with the chemistry he may or may not have with Clayster at the time being, but still not a fun spot. And I know it says 0-0 on the scoreline. Minnesota Røkkr currently up 2-1. If you just joined us in the past 5 seconds, had to do a reset after the score is up 2-1. So I'll try to keep that in the back of our mind.
Certainly. Well, back into it though. Vivid already getting that first blood onto Clayster. Røkkr starting off this one, how they ended the last one. More points on the board. TJ peeks onto Lynz, and Lynz gets another one. He was having a great game. I think it was 5-3 or 5-2.
6-2 now. 6-2 now. We'll keep track.
Okay. You keep track of all 8 players, Shots. I can't do that much now.
7-2. 7-2. Gonna keep the ball rolling. Accuracy from top helicopter, and I did not even see that fourth player fall. I think it might have been the final 2 kills coming in near simultaneously, but that'll be a 3-1 Minnesota Røkkr lead. And it'd be Big Wake currently sitting at 3-2. Bryson, I guess that final kill.
Wonderful. And I think Lynz is going to be the player to watch at the moment. He seems to be making a lot of the moves, the catalyst for this, for the squad. So we'll see if he can keep doing it here. Now they have defense. For the Ravens, it's potentially going from bad to worse. They need to find something here and to shut them down. Didn't get a single kill in that round.
And it's interesting too, because the last round of offense they had, like they bullied out the A site and had it effectively for free and just never went for the actual plant, mixing things up this time. I think Vivid, yeah, maybe a cheeky little spot, gonna actually miss the secondary jump, but this bomb is working itself over towards B as the time goes, and players have also had a difficult time seeing each other. GODRX spots him first for the first blood. Carolina out on top, 3 versus 2 for the man advantage.
Taking position, but almost gets it, and he gets chowed again. GODRX and TJ both getting away with it. Nobody closing down accuracy either. Awakening making moves down all the way up the map and does gun GODRX, but gets taken down back into a 1v2 for accuracy.
Yeah, bomb's gonna get planted. He's gonna be very quick on the jump up, and Ranger's got the MCW, and Gwyn gonna maybe play with his food. Nice little one pump action there. Gwyn stays alive, and accuracy on the reposition. Is actually able to heal up, but ends up getting caught. Both the Ravens players stack up together, and obviously they knew he was underground, covered both sides. He'll be good to go. Carolina down, but not out. A free first blood, it certainly helps things, and they've not quite even up the score. 3-2 still for Minnesota Røkkr.
A little bit better for them. Just accuracy, if he'd found that first kill, it may have changed it for them a little bit. He could have been a bit more laid back. They could have played around the bomb site some more, but unfortunately just wasn't able to get those final bullets onto GODRX. And I wonder how much that will come back to haunt him. Thought he had him dead to rights.
Well, close, but no cigar on that front. Frags getting rained out from both teams. I think trophies are just going to eat almost everything that gets tossed. Lynz, though, that'll be his 8th kill of this game. 3 overall, and he gets the first blood. Not only does he get out, he just baits players into the line for accuracy. Next 2 are gonna fall and feeling like Tej, but maybe just feeling dead. Awakening the freebie towards the end. I mean, that is a breakdown of a round where Lynz literally flies at you, gets the first blood. His teammates over top has the coverage, and it really does not get easier than that on high res.
Yeah, it does not. Very fast sometimes. The teams do butt heads and go towards each other very, very quickly, but I am wondering just whether or not the Ravens, it's still 4-2, and it just feels like a really bad score for them at the moment. We'll have to see whether or not they can actually get further ahead into this, but Lynz going to be the player we're watching as we move forward into this one. And as these nades go out, even if you don't get a hit or you don't get a kill, it gives some information on where players are with that timing.
He's playing with almost no fear in his heart either. He is pushed all the way up B Street. Unfortunately, though, for Minnesota, a couple players have fallen, but Lynz in the aggro position. Nice little timing as he turns around. Don't know if he got the call out or if the instinct was just cranked up for him. You do have a 3 versus 3, and for Carolina, I mean, they have to worry a little bit about the Lynz pinch, so Clayster is just dialed in watching the flank, and while that's happening, be a little bit more slow action over towards A. Gwyn and GODRX potentially working together, but they don't have a lot of intel just yet. Battle on the flank potential here. Clayster, it's so close to being able to see him.
So we'll find him though this time. Just guns him down. Down to 2 versus 2. You see Clayster repositioning here. Trying to make sure he's covering the angles, checking everywhere up top, and this could be bad timing. Actually finds him, and that's an easy kill on the Clayster. GODRX left in a 1 versus 2. Now chasing down the last player that he knew where they were. Hasn't found the side out again, but loses that gunfight. They were ready and waiting. Røkkr, another round on the board.
Yeah, accuracy out here making plays. I don't think neither GODRX nor Clay is expecting accuracy to literally sprint at you and then go to hunt you down for the slide chow, but accuracy, as soon as he got the information, he just goes and makes the perfect play. So he closes the door on the round, and I think Vivid maybe had the most important kill, taking care of Gwyn around the actual A site. Carolina have had no success on offense. Minnesota, they're up 5-2. You got accuracy on a 4 spree as well. You got Lynz with, I think, maybe 8 or 9 kills. 9 kills he has so far in this game as well. One more, they'll be up 2-0.
Well, find anyone at this moment. Lynz sitting patient. Well, they're dancing around the doorways. Lynz, though, will find Gwyn, and that's a huge first blood. Accuracy will find the second. And Ravens now falling. 2 versus 4. And this could be for a 1 versus 4. Only TJ. And down he falls. 2-0 to Røkkr.
All right, GG. I mean, we had a power outage, and then Atlanta FaZe decided to give us one of the quickest series we have seen this year. I think Minnesota maybe attempting to fall in suit. That is a dominant search and destroy performance. I mean, everyone, I'd say on Minnesota did their job. Awakening got the, the 1 or 2 first bloods when he needed it. Vivid a couple picks here and there, but quite literally, it is Lynz and accuracy that just ran the show. I mean, dominating the A side of the map, multiple rounds on offense, just working through helicopter where one guy's down low, one guy's up top, and they just simply made it look easy. Carolina might have the advantage in map number 1, but did not fight back in map number 2. Minnesota map away, just to control, and the series can be theirs.
Yeah, and it's just not a great scoreline when you look at it from this point of view. Obviously, we are missing 3 rounds, but it is one of those where you just want to try and recover from any sort of little break that you've had either side. Røkkr have had the momentum most of the way through, though, and I wonder what the Ravens are going to be feeling going into the control.
Not like Teach. I don't imagine. I think they're going to be feeling a little bit of pain. I think when you if you can win that first map, you're actually feeling fantastic and the belief really kicks in. When you lose it in a tragic fashion, that is much more difficult to regain from. And I'd say on the flip side, Minnesota Røkkr is certainly going to be playing with all of the confidence in the world now, if they weren't already before. Again, they are on the hunt for the first CDL points of the year, but they certainly have it in their sights. Again, just 1 map away.
Well, we will see how that all goes through for us. If you are just joining us and have missed it already, we've had Atlanta FaZe put Legion down very, very quickly. It was a very fast 3-0. We're going into the 3rd map control here shortly, of course. The Ravens have not got a point against Røkkr so far, as they Røkkr are up 2-0, and they'll be looking to end this in the next map if they can. For Røkkr, this will, of course, be their first win in the CDL this year, Chance, and definitely going to help them out a little bit mentally.
Absolutely. And we're going to invasion control as well. So it's an interesting map as well. Anytime you get a map that is very defensive sided in control, you almost end up playing the mini game of you're just going for as many ticks as possible. So it is kind of a situation where the teams that are the best on offense, and being the best might not always mean winning the round, can go a long way, but it's going to be very difficult for any team to really set themselves apart on this map. So I'd say not the worst thing for Carolina to see. They are 1-0 on it so far this year, but obviously not a lot of data we can collect on invasion control. And on the flip side, Minnesota 0-1. And I'd say for the team, we talked about it a bit before. If the 2 ARs on Minnesota are struggling in the slaying category, invasion potentially could be a very difficult map to deal with, but it does pay off for them in the hard point. So the potential clearly there.
Yeah, I think for me, some of the biggest thing for these teams moving forward is there's still a lot of season left to go. I know people are already saying things about these teams about making the changes, and there is a mental aspect of it for these players. You've got to bear in mind that with the first major so close, that some teams will be thinking about changes. And for these players, they're like, well, we're playing now for our jobs. We're playing to try and do the best possible thing that we can to show that we have it in us to compete at this level. And for me, I always wonder, the stress at this point of the season, it's got to be sky high.
It's an interesting situation too, because that is the typical pro level Call of Duty experience where there's that once the dam breaks and that first change gets made, a bunch of rosters end up making swaps. And it's especially interesting this year just because it's been talked about on the flank before, almost, or not ad nauseum, but a decent bit of the Challengers players that you can clearly see, the ones that are at the top winning the Challengers Cups at the moment. Once those guys start to get collected, then you roster moves deeper in the year get more and more difficult. So you want to be first, but at the same time, you also want to give your players and teams time to develop. On the Minnesota side of things, I just say Lynz has been looking fantastic as a rookie. Awakening is the guy that sort of has the biggest change up from years previous to this year. I just think that's the type of player you want to give a little bit more time just to hit his stride and get in form. And then, of course, on the Carolina side of things, it's just been a strange year with Real because, at the start of it, he was scrimming and playing from Spain. Then they start some league matches. He's still playing not from Spain, but still a different country than his teammates. And now, of course, a few weeks before Boston is when the sort of visa issues are settling, where the dust is settling as well, and they're having to make a substitute change. So I think Carolina Royal Ravens, they've just had a rough and mixy start to the year as well. So they're going to have to deal and think and manage a lot of different things, but That's obviously more long-term and potentially for the coaching staff short-term. You just got to focus on this map 3. Again, it is very much a situation for both of these teams in this moment. If you get this win, you have, not quite a 50-50, but effectively a 50-50 shot to potentially control your fate to get in a winner's bracket. But if you fall here, that dream might very well be dead.
It certainly might be. And the control is going to be up next. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back we will have the control ready to go. So don't go anywhere, keep watching the CDL, and we'll see you in just a few minutes time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live with the control here between Carolina Royal Ravens and Minnesota Røkkr. We're flying into this one. If you are joining us, of course, Røkkr are 2-0 up. So the Ravens have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Gwyn, I was going to say, might be the guy to watch to work. I know he's been sort of the shining light for the squad, but he gets taken down, and you're basically just playing TDM at this point for Carolina. TJ's flown up the map as well, so you're pushed up aggressive, looking for some kills. TJ, unfortunate, can't get the second. This is there for the trades, and sort of an interesting opening break. The idea potentially to see if you can get the kills, move over towards A, but if you restabilize, go back to the standard, slow working that B site. Clayster might be very aggressive, but at least the rest of Carolina players know the flank's not coming through anytime soon.
The Ravens all about just doing the fundamentals well. Get B, get the points, don't mess it up. You see the squeeze coming in from Røkkr. They're trying to just beat them back off of it, and Gwyn staying alive for his teammates. Going to fly around and get the second one as well. Still slaying and playing. And that second one is coming through, and he looks to get even another kill for it, but Clayster's trophy will blow him up.
I know, it's all good. That is unfortunate, but it's all good. They were stacking the point. They want to get this one through quickly. There's a lot of teams that maybe leave one body on the point and try to see if you can play for kills, but Carolina are just full speed ahead. A lot of pressure on the map as well. Clayster, that's his fourth kill, and he is flying, attempting to be aggressive. Lynz is going to chop him down, but you get two players right now for Carolina, at least near the point. You don't see situations like this too often, but DJ is unfortunately in between the entire team. Still gonna finesse and get one before he gets traded. Yeah. But it's not good enough for even close to a segment getting captured. So an opportunity there, but no dice.
They got to be careful with Clayster going down. They don't want to get bottlenecked back into that spawn. Lynz is trying to hold the bloody nose coming. Finds TJ as well. GODRX should have had him dead to rights, but hasn't managed to get Lynz there at all. And Lynz now on a 6 streak.
Yeah, well, Lynz is on a 6. Owakening is still searching for his first kill. So the tale of two different players, and Owakening gets on the board, shuts down Gwyn as well. And Lynz, at this point, I'm just expecting him to deliver. There's the 7 spree, already has the cruise, and I don't know if it's Mr. TJ Halley, not the young gun anymore, but the guy that takes him down on the squad. But you're just looking at the typical setup right now on defense. Get an AR player outposted deep on the bridge, and until you weed them out, you're just going to have a miserable time. You're going to be forced to going on the deep routes, and you're taking the long routes. Guys like Lynz laying in the corner with Rival 9, playing for the freebies.
Lynz, although just going to spit on Clayster. Reflex is coming through. And you can see again, Ravens on that minimap. They are trying to get some map control, trying to get forward for this one as well. They've won 2. If they can find another kill, there is a potential there for them as well. TJ will find Axie with a long shot. Vivid trying to hold it down with Lynz. There's reinforcements for Røkkr here. But maybe it's just too many. They've been a bit too slow.
You also have him turtle up, though. Like, all the players right now on Røkkr, technically in the spot they want to be, but if you're lined up, you hope the trades are going to come through. Clayster on the point, though, doesn't win the one against Vivid. Maybe just a little bit too tough. Maybe the stack a little bit too much to deal with. But interesting attempt out there from Carolina. More pressure on the A zone. That's worth celebrating, right? Pressure to potentially capture, but not a single segment actually rolls through. So just 3 ticks there for Carolina on their offensive round. Røkkr looking to respond with at least that minimum. Or maybe a cheeky A hit. You never know.
I will say that the problem with this attacking on this map is if you get those kills, like with TJ taking down, I believe it was accuracy, you just kind of have to roll the dice and go because they are going to reinforce way quicker than you can. And now already some pressure coming through. Vivid gets the spray down, eventually finds Clayster as well. And looks like they're going to try and put the pressure on here. They're going to go for 8.
And you got a guy inside as well. So Awakening's actually going to make it in. Accuracy going to have some cuts, and that does not last long. He just gets fried in the moment. Vivid gets red as well. GODRX gets the damage out. Vivid keeping the pressure on, though. It looks like maybe enough to be stable unless Lynz can pop off. He has been the guy, though. 1 kill for the nade. Unfortunately for him, he just gets flanked. So another interesting attempt. Unfortunately, though, no dice. And again, as you pointed out, Bryce, have to restabilize and go back to B.
Trying to stay alive, but doesn't have the health to do anything else. Only a few seconds, but Awakening will eventually get onto this point. Gunned by Gwyn, though. And Røkkr have to be a bit careful here because the Ravens are going to try and shut this door before they can get through it.
Right. I can't tell if I just lost or not. That was weird. Internet thing? Hey, wait, we're good, and the players are even better. I suppose Lynz is picking up 2 around the hill. Interesting time for everyone under the sun to drop. All the players on Carolina after they do fall right back off spawn, but still on top and bottom broken. This is certainly looking like a B zone capture as Lynz is consistently trying to build himself a mixtape in this series. Phenomenal in the S&D and looking great so far here in the control as well. 16 and 7 on 5 spree. I mean, he'd be overlapping the cruise missile, so no real point to earn another one, but you're not upset if you get it.
Yeah. Lynz for the wins. It's not Gwyn for the win at the moment. Lynz is just rolling through, getting kill after kill, and Gwyn falls at the same time. He's trying to single-handedly do it. It's another pill. There's an 8 streak for him now. Continuing to move, 2 guns in hand. Player behind him gunned. Clayster's going to fall. Gwyn is on a rampage. He's going for every single player. And my goodness, if that hasn't opened the door for a tick here, nothing will. They get 1 off of that rampage, and that's it.
Well, then you just need a trophy on point. The trophy not coming through just yet, but at least Lynz on spawn with the cruise missile can give you the intel and maybe picking up an extra kill or destroy a roof. You at least get the 2nd segment, and it looked like TJ's helping him with the nade. A ridiculous round, but Awakening can't seal the deal. You still get the 2 ticks, though, and actually, more importantly, it is 16 to 7. Now make it 5 on lives. Carolina have dropped like flies. And we're going to drop a defensive round as well. Røkkr just turned up the heat, and Lynz just put on a show.
Lynz for the wins. My goodness, I said 1 tick. I was being way pessimistic about it. That was unbelievable. Turns out if you want to win an attacking round on the invasion, just kill the entire enemy team by yourself. Easy.
Yeah, not the worst way to do it. I think Minnesota, maybe that's what they were game planning for, just Lynz again, putting on a show. I mean, the Rookie of the Year conversation, I think, is going to be very interesting this year, but this is certainly the type of performance that means you're going to be paying a lot more attention to him in the future. 22 and 8, nothing to shy away from at all, and just struggling on the other side as they are playing with Carolina.
And now for Ravens, a little bit of just terror is probably the best way to put it. You're in a horrible position. You've got to try and win an attacking round just to stay in this series.
TJ gets chopped as well. I mean, they're playing aggressive. Like, you know, you have players all over the map right now for Carolina. GODRX even potentially. Yeah, there you go with his 2 kills. I And that's only his 5th one of the game, but he's at least putting pressure on A. Another 1v1 gunfight, and if he wins it, there's the opportunity. Vivid just slams that door shut, though, but you see sort of the idea right now for the Ravens, almost a two-front war, constantly having a little bit of pressure over towards A, forcing Røkkr to respond on defense. And obviously, that B zone got captured, easy peasy. More than 2 minutes on the clock now for Carolina to work with. A decent opportunity as far as invasion control goes.
GODRX posted up and still loses the gunfight. Vivid will cut him down. Clayster, though, trying to open this door. What keys has he got in his pocket? Few kills going down, but this isn't about the first few kills. You have to make successive waves. It's what Lynz did last time around as he guns Clayster. And now all the corners have to be checked. Everybody has to make sure they do not falter here if you're a Ravens player.
And you see for the Ravens, too, they haven't yet sort of gone for the full wrap around for the back spawn, not taking the deep routes. They were trying to work through P1 in the right side of the map, and does not pan off in the short term. And you see GODRX pumping the brakes, waiting for his teammates to get in position. Now they're playing a bit more of that slow game. They are getting the kills, though, except for GODRX. He falls again up to the other 3 to try to make this move.
And I feel like we've seen player after player look out of this door and not really find anything. This has been looked at by Røkkr over and over again. Will find one. Needs to find the second. GODRX will find one himself, though. That's the third round. The Ravens have found a gap. They've just got to get into the point. They're going for it as well. I hope there's a trophy in there. There is. The first tick is rocketing forward. There is no time to go for it. Quinn is firing everything he's got. That's the first one down. The second tick is in, though. This could be back-to-back offensive rounds. We've not seen this on invasion, but Ravens have done it. They've done the impossible. Offense rounds for the win.
Oh, we are having a battle of the Titans right now. Offensive wins are coming in just one by one. And that's a full-on 4-stack as well that they were just able to successfully pull off. I think that might be the only one we see all year that is actually that perfect and that clinical of just a, dominoes falling one by one by one by one, 4-man wipe. And these score lines, by the way, are absurd. I mean, it is effectively just like the 2 SMG duos battling against each other. Maybe play an extra little shout, 12 and 17. Not ideal, but comparatively to the other ARs, not too shabby.
Well, I don't know what's going on next. Very rarely see it as well, but TJ will gun Lynz down there. Awakening gets the trade as well, and hey, I'm just happy to see some offensive wins on this map. They are rare.
You're not wrong, and maybe going to be a rarity for this one as well. Stuff for the moment. I think I'm most just impressed the fact that TJ is the main fryer on Carolina right now. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised because, again, TJ deserves plenty of the gas. By the way, Minnesota, I mean, just a very slow approach. They haven't really stepped on the B zone too much, and now that they're here, Carolina trying to heat up the pressure just a little bit to bounce back on it, but you see sort of the coverage, accuracy on the tank. It's a lot of very specific angles, especially around this zone they're going to be dealing with. But Clay finds the timing, at least for number 1. Of course, there's another player up top, but it is scattered right now. TJ here for a couple trades, but Minnesota Røkkr potentially coming out on top of the trade fest. And let's Gwyn can make the play. Gwyn prone to do it, and he does give you 2. And Minnesota Røkkr have to step back from their spawn again.
Actually will fall, but there's a lot of kills flying down here. For the Ravens, I think it's just a step back. They know they're not going to get this anymore, but TJ's doing everything he can to just keep them on the back foot. Already setting up, waiting for this. 1 minute 36 on the clock here. Røkkr will be looking to do what they did last round, but whether or not they can, if Lynz can deliver another performance, that is the question.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lynz is going to have to step things up, or not step things up, but continue an utter rampage. Pull this one off. Unfortunately, though, Key falls, and so does everybody else on Minnesota. You're getting that deep palace spawn. You got TJ again, just in that bridge position. And you can see the way Carolina are playing it. TJ's cutting off the entire map. He can just calm to his teammates, hey, just stack like B Street. If they start to go mid, I can let you know. And as he falls, A Street's open. Clayster's the one picking it up, but he might be dealing with 3.
Got to be careful, a little bit of timing here. Clayster will fall, and he does. They're now going to try and get to this point, but TJ is there. He has to cut before he can do anything. Awakening will find one as well, but he does fall. Door closed. A reset here for Røkkr. They will have to start again.
And that's just good work by TJ, at least off spawn, to pick up the 2 players working the street and getting the damage on the second. Again, trying to flood through B, and again, you are just getting fuddled into absurd angles through and through. Not easy to pull off, but good team shots coming through to take down Tej. Maybe a small opening on the top side of the map to potentially work through the flanks. But going to every single player that falls on Minnesota just sets you back an extra 15 seconds, and that is time you do not have. 20 on the clock. Minnesota, if there's any hope, they're gonna have to fly, and it is looking like a very hopeless round. As Clay and Awakening exchanging some nice shots downrange, but that would be 5 on the clock, and I mean, this would be the important thing for who gets the defense in the final round. The offensive round that Minnesota win, Bryce, did they get it on lives, or did they actually capture the zone?
I feel like it was the zone, but now you've thrown me through a curve.
I just remember they were up on lives like that. It was like 13 to 5.
Yeah, I feel like I saw it drop to 4. I saw it drop to 0, so I feel like it should be Røkkr on the defense.
Well, guesswork be damned. We do get to find out. If you had said it more confidently, you could have looked like a genius at the end of this.
Yeah, but you gotta kind of hedge your bets here. You don't want to sound too confident and wrong. But I'm right, so that's what I thought the entire time. So Røkkr will have the defensive round. This means that Ravens will have to find Magic once again.
And I think for the Magic front, maybe similar to what we saw from round 1, they're spreading the map. Tej has been playing aggressive through the B street. I think though, as you don't get the first blood, maybe not as much of an opportunity to make moves. So yeah, he's going to stay by the injection. Not trying to push up too much, but clean shots coming through. Him and Gwyn, nice little crossfire, and that's the go button. You get a couple extra kills. Now you try to put the pressure on. Again, if you ever get that wipe, you can jump over that A zone very quickly. Carolina, they're at least toying with the idea.
Yeah, Tej is hitting 31st in this game. It's like I'm back in the Pro League. I ain't leaving. Gonna try and do everything he can. Staying alive eventually will fall. Røkkr stop the potential A break. It goes back to B. The second tick will be in. And it looks like they're going to go for this as well. Røkkr trying to put the pressure on.
Yeah, it's still like plenty of time on the game clock as well. So this has been a pretty good offensive round. Actually, the nade coming through could be a dagger. I was going to say, you get that zone captured quickly. I mean, that's more than 2 minutes to work with. That is more than Carolina needed previously. Now they're going to be set back maybe an extra 15 seconds less that they're going to have to work with. But everybody pushed up together. TJ again leading the charge with that MCW in hand. He has been the fry man, 32 kills, leading the lobby. I'm over here thinking it's honestly criminal that he's not in the league.
He is really pulling out a performance here on this control. Exactly what they need. Will find 2 as well. Those are huge. Can they get across in time before those reinforcements hit? Another wave of kills is necessary. Clayster trying to get in position for it. You can see now the Ravens are desperate. They just need to make this next set of kills. Trades are not good enough.
Yeah, and it's going to be individual plays as well, especially so if Awakening's getting the 2-piece. Lynz spotted Clayster jumping into rugs a little bit earlier, so Minnesota not trying to slide in and pick a random corner. They're waiting for the kills to come to them, so accuracy is posted in the back of the map, responsible for the flank. Everybody else on Røkkr, a little bit of freedom to make moves aggressively. Now some pressure on. Accuracy's been in the back of the map for a while. Gunfights you have to win if you're on Minnesota. Can't give this one away, and Clay, this is one of the longer lives we've seen in control, doing everything he can just to keep the pressure near this zone.
It doesn't want to die. This is what we talked about. Trades are not good enough. You have to stay alive in this position and get the kills to get in. And he is fighting for it with his fingernails bleeding. Unfortunately, they fall. And now with just 2 Røkkr further up on the map, they have to wait for reinforcements.
Yeah, and it's just such a long wait as well. Again, every kill that you die, it's an extra 15-second run just to get near the zone, let alone the gunfights you have to take while you're getting there. But you're at least keeping Minnesota contained. Again, they orchestrated a full 4-man wipe last go-around, so they're hoping for that miracle once again with 20 seconds on the clock and the kills. I mean, they're being traded. That is devastating for Carolina. Waiting for the clutch off.
Gwyn would have to do something magical. He's not going to be able to do it with 10 seconds left to go. The Ravens will have to run and hope that Røkkr go blind to this point. I just don't see it happening. One last challenge from everybody on the team, and they fall like dominoes. And Røkkr will win this series 3-0. But silver lining, we saw 2 offensive wins.
I mean, that was a fun time and an extra silver lining. Minnesota Røkkr, congratulations, their first CDL points of the year. Again, an absolute must-win series for these guys to get. Still an opportunity for Minnesota, despite the slow start, to end up in winner's bracket. I don't think their fate is perfectly in their hands, but at least today they took care of business. Great kills back and forth. I know Lynz was popping off what felt like the entire game, but Vivid certainly caught up and was right there with them, and more so. I'd say especially so for Vivid, having 16 kills in what, 2 offensive rounds. That's honestly kind of insane. Might be one of the more impressive offensive performances we have seen on this map on the year.
It really will. I will say, I think TJ was trying to kind of push the pace a little bit. I think that's probably one of the most important things I saw from them. You can see him being very, very aggressive. And I think the interactions kind of showed you it as well. Obviously, not only the first player to hit 30, but he was still, just dying as much as the rest of everybody else, which says that he was putting pace on the map. The pressure has to be there constantly. The issue being is they could never get those trades. The Ravens just could not find trades that went in their favor right when they were on the cusp. You could do all that hard work. You clear the map. You get all the way towards just outside the A point. You know you have to dig them out, and you have to do it clean. Unfortunately, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I feel like the life where we were watching Clayster for a solid minute, just like getting stunned 37 times, having to reposition another 8, and just like there's just nothing you can do. Any shoulder he threw, there's 2 different players on Minnesota staring at him on just ridiculous head glitches in the back of the map. So absolutely easier said than done. Defense towards the end certainly does reign supreme on Invasion. And again, for Røkkr, just absolutely taking care of business. A 3-0. If you're playing against a team with a substitute, that is the, I think maybe only result you're truly going to be happy with. They absolutely deliver. And I'd say some of the individual performances, especially so from Lynz, maybe some extra wind in their sails as the year goes on.
Yeah, I think so. And it does mean they're in a really good position for running up to Boston. I know there's been a lot of criticism leveled at Røkkr, but hey, a win is a win now. And it'll be a confidence boost for them. That gives them a slightly better than 50% chance based on the statistics we saw earlier on of making that winner's bracket, depending how it plays out for the rest of them. On the other side, the Ravens look like they will be starting in losers. If they're not, is a miracle.
I was going to say, I think there's still some weird back pocket potential of a bunch of tiebreakers if they get a final win. So technically not impossible for them to make it in, but definitely just need to wait for a few more matches to go through so the dust can settle towards the bottom of the league.
Yeah, it certainly can. All right, we are going to go for a break. When we come back, we'll have more CDL action. Just keep tuned in and we'll keep you up to date on everything that is going on, of course. But it has been a wonderful time. Thanks for watching and don't go anywhere. More games right after this.
too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up. Add attention, shake it off. Tell us swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, wait, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it.
Hello, welcome back to the Call of Duty League and our Monster Energy matchup between New York Subliners and the LA Thieves. I'm Shift with Study, and well, it's been a weird day for a lot of reasons today, Jeremy, but this is a matchup that I think has a lot of implications for both of our two teams.
Oh yeah, more specifically LAT. Like, they have been getting whooped in their last couple of matchups. Yesterday, obviously, versus Toronto Ultra. That's not the way you want to go on. And I think the biggest backbone for these guys is their respawn game mode. You have to be able to perform versus some of these top teams in the respawn, and going up against New York is a great test at that.
100% the case, and again, that bottom 4 or 5 teams, especially with Minnesota locking in their first win, you know, who knows who's going to start in the bottom side of the bracket come Boston with how close some of those squads are. So a win could be massive, but starting things off for New York, Hydra already gets the opening cruise missile. First time on the hard point will largely also go the way of New York, and you look down towards the minimap here, Jay, they're already set up for P2.
Yeah, this is a flawless start to this game if you are the Subliners. You start off on the bad side, you're able to get a good chunk of time off of P1 and instantly already flip with Hydra earning himself a cruise missile. I was looking at on the side of LA Thieves, these submachine gun players have to be able to perform on this map because they've never played Skid Row. This is the first time that this roster has played this. So on a map that's so up close and personal, Joedecieves and Afro have to be big time.
Yeah, really bizarre map set overall. It's not just this opening Skid Row, but we have Skid Row for map number 2 as well, which is another map that the Thieves have yet to play here in the CDL. So very bizarre to kind of see the map selection go the way that it did, as New York will, once again, like you mentioned, set themselves up pretty much perfectly. Little attempt here from Thieves through tunnel side, but Skyz is aware of it. Wants to try to track down Ghosty to make sure things are safe, but Simp will beat him to the punch, and that will be full time here for New York as LA are already looking at rotation.
A full 60 holds, and now the Subliners are already on the better side of the map to win that rotation over towards next. At least Cammy does win a gunfight towards top middle, so it's going to be a 3v2 in favor of LA off this rotation. But Subliners coming out swinging. Or everybody watching the proper cuts. Hydra with a huge one-on-one across the map. He's staying alive, just trying to cause problems over there towards the laundry side, while his teammates eventually set up the pinches.
Thieves just kind of holding out the last members left alive, but like you mentioned, the swarm from the Subliners so darn quick. It's not even just the SMGs, man. I've been really blown away with what these guys has been able to do so far.
Oh, yeah.
Here he's 5th currently in overall KD with a 1.16. He's top on his team, and it just looks like he's really moving differently in this year. And well, Kismet will make sure that he can make sure the same conversation points happen for himself. I mean, at this point, it's just an absolute runaway here from New York. The early break leads to a lot of time here on 3.
And you have to find the way to stop the bleeding now if you are LA. Are we going to decide to put this junk time? Because they know already a couple players from Subliners are going to be off that rotation. A huge one-on-one win right there for Joedecieves to at least put himself in Barber, but then the trade is instantly there. Now you have Sibbles on a 4 streak. Final 15 at least goes the Thieves' way to try to keep themselves in this game. That's another rotation won by the Subliners. Can Simp pick up his own cruise missile of his own? Nope. The shot punch does not work, but Subliners in full control.
Yeah, and Kismet already has a lot of damage put in towards those players' backside playground, so it's very easy for the rest of New York to follow up, find the kills, and we open up the backside of Barber once again in that bright shade of yellow. And there is just flat out, Jay, a tempo difference going on right now.
Oh, yeah.
I have to imagine the comms for LA, they probably feel like there's 5 members from New York on the map. They are all over the place.
Yeah, every time they trade, there's always an extra player from the Subliners in another position to find a 2-piece. And finally, they find 2 through the back end, but now you have to deal with Hydra, and they do just that. So the final 30 seconds should go in favor of LA, but now it's going to force the Subliners off the rotation to another money hill over by the crates with the cruise missile just in case it get a little scary. No, they're going to be okay. But we still have Simp contesting this. Even with the pistol, he's able to find 3 and find the break. Oh, my.
1v3 on the old time for Simp. The only thing that takes him out is a lingering trophy from his teammates, guys. And like you already called out, the AR is already set up, ready to go around this final hard point. And even though LA do have a little bit of mid-map presence to work with, it's being contested so quickly off the spawn from New York. I mean, they are flying right now.
Yeah.
And there is just nothing LA could do about it. Hard point will open up over towards 5, and New York once again find themselves in control.
This is basically like the same game that we saw yesterday between Vegas and OpTic. They were just ahead every single step of the game, finding breaks when they needed to, were the team early off the rotation to properly set up every single time. So already at the P5, Subliners, all of LA spawning over towards Ticket side. You have to win some insane gunfights, knock the player out of P2, and they do just that, find 3 kills at the right time to get the break.
Yeah, nice little setup here, though, on the break attempt here for Thieves. You've got Ghosty, who can just stay safe in the hard point, and then a passive angle being watched by Afro. He'll take care of the first, no problem. Simp was more contestable, and oh my goodness, the snap back over to Ghosty. No trades allowed. And New York will finesse their way right back in for the scrap time. We're going to be dealing with a 162-64 game if every final second gets earned. And over towards New, the problems continue to amass. Kismet trying to find the final double, but at least Thieves will have something to write home about as they will open up the apartments to their name.
Yeah, this is how the Thieves get back into this game, though. You already won a couple gunfights in towards P1. You win this next set of gunfights, that's when you start to play for that rotation over towards P2, because now Simp has to get his position. He can no longer play towards top P2, rely on his teammates, and now that's leading to LA finding some much-needed time. Not only an 80-point game, but as soon as I say that, Hydra makes it happen. He finds 2. The trade is there, but at least for the Subliners, they keep the better side of the map, move for that P2.
Oh, but Kismet just quickly takes the baton up and nearly gets himself all 3. The follow-up from the rest of New York is good, so once more, the scrap time gets broken. New York find themselves in control, and what looked to be a pretty solid start to the second rotation for LA has immediately been thrown aside. Cammy through mid-map does at least breed some kind of a setup over towards 2, and the foot race looks decent as well here for Thieves. Skyz able to step into this, and you got to remember that there are a lot of tools available for Subliners if they want cruise missiles to try to re-break this.
They have a lot, and at least they have the bodies at the right time. Sig goes huge. He actually finds 2 in towards bottom 2. Stalls out of a lot of a time for his teammates to get back into the play, and even though they're not getting time, they are the team closer towards the point, and they are going to be the team that's going to be fully set up now with all of LA spawning over towards the sickest side, trying to apply the pressure through P5, trying to apply the pressure through the garage. They just have to find a couple kills, and Ghosty might be able to start off with that first.
That hardball does get taken down, so it will go neutral for the time being. Still a focus on the eliminations first and foremost. 28 seconds of time remaining, and now all of a sudden it looks like Sib will be the one who will commit his life to getting up top and earning some more time. 175 to 86, and the trends and patterns of this game have been leading this absolutely Subliners yellow from start to finish, and look towards rotation, Jay. And once again, 3 Subliners already here ready to fight.
They already have top mid control, so now it falls into the hands of Ghosty and his teammate and Cammy. Cammy at least does a great job of finding that 2-piece to keep his team in control for now. They get the close back laundry spawns. Now you're forcing all of the Subliners to hit the hop-up, but they're not having any problems when it comes to these one-on-one gunfights. That's another 2 that go their way. They're already here the pressure.
Good clearance, though, for Thieves to reduce that pressure through mid-map. Now it's all coming from the front. Sid realizes that this is a problematic spot to be in, does get pushed down and eventually taken down. So Thieves will get past the 100-point mark and a chance to even do a little bit more damage here. And as much as this game has been one-sided, you finalize this 30 seconds and win rotation. Thieves could make a show of this.
Oh yeah, they're right back into this game if you can get this time. They're going to be late off that rotation. They already have Kismet popping that dead silence, working his way in towards Barber while the rest of his teammates are still applying pressure in towards top mid. But this final 15, it's all LA. Now it's going to be a 60-point game, and Cammy's starting to turn it around. All you need to do is get Ghosty to start turning around, who's currently on a 3 streak. Because at this point, if they can just start picking up with their slaying, everyone's getting outslayed. The only one positive right now is Cammy. You got to turn up in the slaying department.
Here we go, 3-on-3 over towards the new time. Nades coming out from both sides. Trophies are just largely negating motion, and Kismet getting the opener, immediately countered back. The rest of New York still just waiting for the hit, but Thieves do a really nice job of just kind of holding the corner and letting New York kind of come to them. So the break attempt on this rotation, good for Thieves. 145 to 190. New York through the front window. Ghosty now on 6. Trophy to reinforce it. Afro will clean things up, and hold on a second. We've got LA at 150 and a chance to even pinch up this next hit that New York is trying to hit from the front.
They're going to be able to basically almost tie this game up. It's going to be 185 to 95 if they walk away with the remaining time. Now, the only thing is they have a cruise missile out of Ghosty, who has turned this game around, who could potentially be the game changer to try to break this P5 hill. But Subliners have a couple to work with as well. There's still a prime pressure over towards Tunnel, but with only 15 seconds left, we did a good job of contesting as much as we can. Now it's time to put ourselves in the best setup to potentially close out this game.
Looks like it's going to be a mad dash through mid-map. You got Kismet already watching over through garage side. Joedecieves looking for something, and it'll be an extra reinforcement of the cruise missile just to make sure that no one exits for free. Yeah, over towards this new hard point. Hard point opens. Skyz with the first one in, and New York just kind of set up, waiting to see where exactly this LA hit's going to come from. A lot of it coming through the garage side. Joe trying to do something over through Ticket. Joe's keeping a lot of the action safe, but Kismet gets a little bit anxious. Makes his first play forward. He's taken down. We go 3v3, and here comes the push from Thieves.
Here comes the push. They have to win a couple key gunfights, and they do just that. All out pressure through garage, all out pressure through Ticket. They invest the forced the repositioning out of a couple players out of the Subliners, and it eventually leads to the break. I thought this was a coffin dance when it started, but they have brought it all the way back. The battle between New York and LA is going to go down to the wire.
We're going to get a 1v1 for the scrap time, which may seem a little insignificant, but this time is key for Thieves. Afro over the top with Sib. Little back and forth with the pistols out. Sib will once again finesse some of the scrap time. That will help New York get closer to the 220 mark. But over towards New. Thieves already pretty much set up inside the interior of the apartments, but they don't track down Kismet, who's just running and gunning. Kismet for 2. Skyz picks up the 3rd. New York with the numbers, but Afro can still contest.
Okay. Take down Afro, and now you know exactly where they're all coming from. That's the God steps. Let's throw our stuns. Let's throw our nades and try to slow them down as much as we can. And that's what Hydra's doing. He said, screw the nades. I'm going to do it with my gun. That's already a 3 dead in the feed. Subliners trying to close it out at this P1, but spawns all around the map. Thieves have the pinches.
Split situation here for Thieves. Can they find the kills? Everyone's a little bit turned around, though, and New York just keeps dancing. Oh, the room. Oh, my goodness. The subs lighten up the kill feed for New York. A chance to still win the game here. Afro the first one to make his way through jump window, but cut down by Hydra, who continues to run circles around LA Thieves. Cammy the last one to stand, not going to find more than just a single kill, and it got close near the end, but New York's dominance early leads them to a map 1 win.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man. New York came out swinging. LA Thieves, they spawned in a little bit late, but they started to fight back. And that's the biggest thing that I was going to be worried about, was were they going to decide to just roll over and die in this map number 1 and move to the map number 2? Because at that point, you're developing no consistency. You're not developing any fire underneath your chair to try to go into this map number 2. But at least they showed the fight back at the end of that map number 1. I feel like with the Subliners, I don't know if it's just because it's the beginning of the game, a lot of their hard points are usually going down to the wire. They have not had any blowout victories yet, and at least they started off hot to close out that map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And on the other side for Thieves, that little bit of momentum near the end, I'm sure just breeds a little bit of extra confidence as we approach for a Skid Row Search and Destroy next. But before we get there, we're going to stop over to a quick break as it looks like the power in Columbus is starting to come back. So we're trying to get all of systems go as we jump into the Search and Destroy coming up next.
Keep this 100% at 100. And looking good so far. 2v1 now. Dashy last up. Full health though. Chance to make a play. Next guy drops. Dashy 1v1 versus Illey. Former teammate. Ah! Just gunned to sleep. Lives down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Flying on the point. Joedecieves gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my god. It's a 2v1. Diamond Con. Can you do it? Boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond Con, if you win this. God damn, what a round. Two. I mean, what, 5 in a row for Rip, 3 points now for Heretics. They're done. 4 in a row for Journey, 5 in a row for Journey, 6 in a row for Journey. See what he can find. There it is. So up to 7 in a row. Journey has not 34. To take down 1. The response there immediately on the other side, but Journey, who's been the MVP of the map, hits again. 3 in a row for Journey. Ball game series to Heretics. 40 bomb for Journey on subbase. Closes out the series.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just about ready to go, and we've got all engines running here. Map number 2, still staying on Skid Row, which we kind of teased for a moment there, Study. It feels a bit bizarre that Thieves would find a way to kind of have back-to-back Skid Rows, having not played it on either the Hardpoint or the Search. And I think to make matters worse, you're going up against a New York Subliners team that is perfect in Search and Destroy to this point.
Yeah, 6-0 in S&D so far in the season for the Subliners. That's been their backbone. They've got through game 5s with it. That is where they rely on to walk away with the W. And with them taking that map number 1, they're already feeling confidence underneath there, but probably not as much because they probably wanted to blow out, but they're still feeling good after that map number 1. Now going into this map number 2 on Skid Row, you're playing a team who hasn't played it yet, and a lot of this map is all about aggression. Your SMGs need to be setting the tone, and already in round number 1, Subliner is going to put all out pressure in towards Tunnel, but a big first blood comes in from Afro with that nade.
Yeah, it slows things down through mid-map just a touch. Stuns to open the door here for Skyz, trying to see what he can find over the top of the A site while Hydra watches his back. And in that process, there is an opening trade, a little bit of extra information off the nade. So we got 3v3 in New York, can actually kind of set themselves up to approach this A site now.
Yeah, they're just taking their time, though. They don't want to just push straight down the hallway. They want to see if anyone from the Thieves side decides to make a maneuver, potentially catch them, making a mistake as the time is starting to tick down. Simp potentially has some information. Someone's going to be playing towards top green, but he's just playing his timings, going back and forth. Subline is looking like they're going to commit towards A.
Oh, big first and second from Afro, trying to get away. Simp will get the trade, but damage has been dealt by the Thieves. Bomb still in hand, though, for Simp. Has Joe on the other side of the hallway, but there will be no challenge here. So 1v2 post plant, and he's going to go aggressively. This has been scouted. Sib absolutely overwhelmed at the moment, but oh, for a second, Joe is just going to run right by him. Kill still comes through, and the Thieves will take the first round.
See, that's the only difficult thing about pushing through Tunnel, because once you get trapped in towards Barbershop, towards God Steps, you are now forced to hit right up through that middle alley, right through top mid, and it walks right into Afro's pre-aim as he finds 2, basically shuts down an entire play that the Subliners are trying to develop. Once he finds those 2 kills, Sib eventually finds a trade, but gets the bomb down. Ghosty with the info. I thought Joedecieves was going to slip right on by, make it a 1v1, but clutches up in the gunfight. Thieves take round 1.
See what the follow-up's going to be here. Again, not having seen LA on this map and looking at their search and destroy overall, it's been pretty solid for them. I mean, really only 1 bad loss, and that came way back in week number 1. Everything else has been round 10 or round 11 affairs for them, as they were going to go straight over towards mid with a little bit of extra support towards the actual jump up, but Hydra and Sib are all over it. 3 for 1 the exchange. Cammy last one left alive, and he has got absolutely nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's just a complete blind counter right there for the LAT. Try to pull out pressure over towards top plat, but Subliners just sent 2 players through back alley with 1 towards top plat. So the team fires, the cross fires, everything was clicking right there for New York to win that defensive round in basically 10 seconds, tied up at 1.
Real quick stuff, and the tempo for New York has been kind of a staple for them across all the search and destroys. I mean, they've played every single map in the pool, so there's definitely no fluidity issues when it comes to what they're prepping up for the search and destroy come Boston. And I think that just not only the fact that they're 6-0, but they've been able to win on every single map is super impressive for where we are in the early season. And here we go again. 3-man hit, though, this time, though, Jay, through Tunnel. Similar idea, but maybe an opportunity to wrap through Barber. That seems to be the case.
Oh, they're going to be a lot faster this time. No first bloods coming by nades. Sib is going to be the island player. They're slowly trying to play for anyone going for a late pinch. But Subliners have already covered a lot of ground. Into the back apartments they go. They should be able to get this bomb down for free.
Yeah, Cammy's the only one who could really contest this, and he's playing a very passive angle now, stepping up, though. Oh, and he gets caught swapping weapons. Oh, the definition of bad COD timing right there. But no commitment for New York to plant as of yet. Looking to see if they can catch someone on a follow-up before they go for the objective.
Yeah, at the same time, Afro was able to find that kill onto Sid, which is the island player, probably watching all of Playground. So they want to make sure everything is safe before we get this bomb down. Now Kismet is going to commit 3v3, 40 seconds. 2 players from LA Thieves, though, working through the back alley. Hydra gets the info.
Nade follows up and also tags. Hydra stepping forward a little bit forward. Kismet also going to join him, but they're stunned up. They know Kismet's here, though. Oh, they've got no idea, but the problem was it was still a 3-man hit for Thieves, and Kismet could only deal with the first. Now to Skyz for the 1v2, trying to play deep through trash. Has Afro nicely lined up. Ghosty tries to push forward into it, and no, sir. Not anyhow, not no way. LA Thieves pushed aside in New York, take the 1v2.
That's just a perfect post-plant setup right there. With Kismet, I would have liked to see him just commit towards the gunfight. He probably didn't get the info that all 3 players are through the back alley hitting the conga line. But he at least gets 1, sets up Skyz with the perfect plant position to put himself in a position outside of Playground, finds the first kill, and then just great shots on the Ghosty, hit him over the trash can. to take the round right on back. New York secure an offense. Now back to the defensive side they go.
See what Thieves have drawn up here for their second attacking approach. Looks like they're going to make their way over through tunnel side. Little split hit through mid and that backside over towards Godstairs. Kismet the one in the way. Lots of information, but the stun doesn't get over the windowsill. So now he's got to forfeit the position, just nades himself backwards, and we'll stay 4v4.
But Sib eventually finds the first blood. Great teamwork right there out of Sib to assist Kismet in this situation. Puts them in a man advantage, but Joedecieves might have just stuck on by. I don't know if he spots Kismet.
Wow.
He could potentially be a playmaker here.
Smoke just makes a mess of that whole engagement over to the front side of kitchen. But Simp just stays right behind his own trophy system. Also kind of used that smoke to reposition. He comes away with 2. Now the bomb is down. Afro has a look at Simp. Mutual information. Simp's first shot is perfect. Oh my goodness. It's 3 for Simp, and New York go up 3-1.
Yeah, I remember when this roster made a roster change at the beginning of the year after they won a world championship, and everywhere I was like, why'd you guys drop Priestahh? Why? And it's not like Priestahh was a bad player. It's just Sib, when he's playing like this, and I feel like ever since he's entered this New York lineup, he's just been a man on a mission. You even heard it in his interview. He said it's all about confidence. When he looks left to right, all of his teammates are confident in their own ability, so that makes him confident in his own ability as he finds an ace on the round, watching the back of Kismet to shut down the round completely. Great work out of this Sib.
Unreal stuff, man. Different look here for New York on their next offense. Not really playing over towards that back tunnel. This time it's more towards platform, but a bit more measured. Nades over the back. Kismet will get up towards scaffold and deeper. And Joe just doesn't have a chance. Did not expect it whatsoever. First blood good in New York in a 4v3.
Yeah, Joe's definitely not expecting that. When you have 2 players pushing up the back alley, there's no way in hell they should let somebody go on the jump up. But the first blood goes to New York. Now, if you are Kismet, still in a great position, and then the island player wins another one-on-one. Skyz now forcing it to a 2v4. It's time to pounce. Kismet finds the first. Now it's on to the last. They give him 3 on the round. Subliners 4-1 in the S&D.
Yeah, they just can't do any wrong, man. And for what it's worth, that little push-up from Afro, I don't mind it. Like, you're in a 4v3, you're kind of stuck. You've got A pretty much completely opened up by New York, so Afro tries to make kind of a rogue play to see if he can catch New York off guard, but Skyz is ready for it the whole way. And then Kismet pretty much bakes his cake and has it to eat as well, with the stun that also lands at the end for the 3. And it's just, man, it feels kind of like the hard pointed away, where it's just, it feels like LA are just completely outmatched, out-tempoed. Can someone step up, maybe looking at Ghosty to do the same thing to try to get LA something to work with here?
Just got to get some teamwork, because right now they're just getting picked apart one by one. New York are doing a great job of isolating them. And already into this attacking round for LA. They get shut down on an aggressive top plat push. Now Subliners take full map control. You have everything literally cut off. Bottom mid, back alley, even tunnel side. If it gets a little scary, you have Kismet in a position to contest it.
Yeah, at this timing, you just don't expect there to even be a play offensively through tunnel. It's just too many question marks, and it's a nade that opens things up for New York. So now even more one-dimensional comes this play for LA. Skyz on the cross, double slide shell comes out, Simp over the top, can't quite double down. So the trade does favor Thieves into a 2v2. Hydra thinking about it, wants it, and why not? You want to talk about just idolizing what confidence will look like in a play? There it was, right then and there. New York cleaned things up 5-1.
He just kept on peppering him, man. All right, you gonna eat a shot here? All right, I'm gonna turn this corner. You eat another shot? All right, I'm sick and tired of you running. I'm just gonna commit with this Rava 9 in hand, and he wins up close and personal. When it turns into the 1v2 for Afro, Kismet just in the right position at the right time to play the trade, just in case his teammate drops, to secure the round. And now Subliners at game point. Nothing is working right now for LA. Let's just try to shut down this top plat push, or at least be more aggressive as a unit.
Need something. Just sign of life would be good at this point. New York not even taking the bomb out of spawn. Quick aggression all across the map. Opening nades will have LA pretty much pinned up over towards that back mural alley. No one's even looking over towards the backside at Barber yet. A reposition will allow Thieves a chance to at least hold on to this B site a touch, but there's a lot of map given away here by LA.
Yeah, a lot of map indeed. You already have Kismet towards bottom middle as well. So just in case anyone decides to wrap back through bottom middle all through playground, he should be able to get some info. The rest of his teammates are working through the top, and eventually Kismet strikes, takes down Afro. He's the guy that usually loves to play around this A site. New York in a man advantage now.
Stuns and nades will clear out at least the window room for now. Kismet following up behind it. Gets intel that there is a player nearby. They don't quite see Joedecieves, and Cammy does at least go for 1-1, but no, he actually is able to assist Ghosty for another. Numbers still favoring New York at the end of the trade. Skyz and Simp keep it into a 2v1. Cammy now by himself. should have a freebie onto Skyz, but doesn't quite work out. And then off the bomb, and pushing with Simp, but Cammy beats him to the punch with a pistol. Now to the 1v1. Reset comes through. Skyz the one needing to get the bomb and collect. Cammy still holding close, checks the bomb, no one home. The reposition is scouted, but the clock favors Cammy on this reset. Now the 1v1, Skyz beats him down low. And New York continue to stay flawless. Tally at the 10 total dating to last year. 7-0 thus far here in Modern Warfare 3.
That was just too easy, Alan. From start to finish of the game, they just were the tone-setting team. All out aggressive through tunnel every single time. Even on the defensive side, we're going to be aggressive through back alley to make sure you guys don't get top flat. And that's what it looks like when a team probably plays this map for the first time. It's not like they're not scrimming it on the back end, but when you're going up against a professional team in a pro match, oh yeah, its strategies are coming out. Everything is going to make sure that we're doing everything right on our end to make sure we walk away with the W. And Subliners made no mistakes. 6-1 in the score line, multiple first bloods. They just absolutely dominated from start to finish, man.
6-1 on the scoreboard, 6-1 in the first bloods. Afro, the only one to really make a mark for LA in map number 2. At least a little bit of good news here for LA. We've got Invasion Control coming up next. It has been by far their most played control, and I would say for a lot of teams, they probably modeled their A attack off of what's been happening from LA on this map. So maybe there's a sign of life there, Jay.
It's got to be a sign of life, because if you are LA, the only map that you've been able to win a majority of your series has been Invasion. Even it has to be Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, or even Control. Out of the 5 maps that they won, 4 of them have been Invasion. So they got to be feeling confident on this map at least.
You would hope so. Need something to start coming through. Otherwise, New York will continue on what has been a very rampant day of quick sweeps all across the board. This is your Monster Energy matchup, but things looking, well, a little less energized here for LA to the point. See if they can find some life as we head to Invasion Control on the backside of the break.
Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach. This January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
What is up, friends, family, all you crazy COD fanatics? We're back with our Monster Energy matchup, which has been, like the rest of the day, very one-sided to this point. New York find themselves up 2-0, a very strong start in the hard point. At least Thieves are able to bring things back, and I think the good news here for Thieves fans is they're going to an invasion control. We kind of framed it up. They've been pretty solid here, and I would say that they are one of the early innovators to how you can approach the A zone on offense. You think that that would have to be another key for success for them again here, Study?
Oh yeah, that definitely is the key, because at least on the opposite side for the Subliners, they've only played this map once. That was all the way in week 1 of the CDL season, and they went up against OpTic Texas, and they lost 3-1 with losing 2 defensive rounds. So for quite some time, New York were like, yeah, we're just not going to mess with this map. But we're not winning defenses. There's no way in hell we're going to walk away with the W. But they decided to throw it in versus LA, who've been getting a lot of reps on this map. So this is going to be great practice for New York to potentially close it out in 3.
And that's the big thing, you know, we've kind of heard, obviously, the desk talk about it quite a bit, but also other people in the community saying, like, hey, you know, if you've got hard vetoes going into a first major, you got to try to get some reps on them somewhere, somehow. Because if you do find your way in the grand finals, especially for control, you may not be able to decide what the maps will look like. So it will be New York starting on the offense here on this map, and First Blood will go over to Thieves with this opening aggression, again, set up towards A, but ultimately comes out flat.
Yeah, the Subliners trying to take a page out of LA's book. They're trying to get some early aggression over towards the A site, but LA Thieves are perfectly ready and set up for it. They shut that down. It's already 25 seconds wiped off of the game clock, forcing now the Subliners to go over towards the B point. They're able to stop the time, but Joedecieves working his way through DVD could potentially be the player to make something shake.
Needs a little bit of help, though. Hydra snuck through over towards the top of P3, and he's going to find 3 kills on rotation here. He never stepped foot on the zone, so his position was completely unbeknownst to LA. Nice little wiggle through the archway allows Skyz to get a little bit of help from Kismet to eventually convert another elimination, and that will be the second tick of progress already done at this B zone. 25.24. Thieves going to give this maybe one more good defensive hit, especially with that follow-up from Afro, but do they get here in time? Sure do. That'll be enough to stop the third tick.
No, but now you have to take care of Hydra. Great shots from Ghosty to line him up through DVD, and now you put all of New York towards the back palace. But how long can you hold them in this setup? Joedecieves at least cutting down the right street, but Skyz has already maneuvered his way in towards P1. He's going to try to at least stop the game clock by working up towards A, or at least forcing a couple players from Thieves to scatter around.
Oh, and he has the opportunity to just jump on and kind of get 2 zones going at once here. Trophy system at the ready. He'll use that to assist himself. Kismet will watch his cross. There's the extra 60 done over at the B zone. First elimination decent from Skyz, but now he's got to follow up more and almost takes all 3 Thieves members down. Fortunately for the defense, they're able to get on before that first tick of progress is locked as well.
Great work from LA to reinforce their way back in towards this A point. They also take down Hydra, so they maintain the map control for now. 16 to 15 in lives remaining. They already have Kismet in a great position, pushing his way up towards Fire Car, but he gets gunned down. And now if you are LA, you can start to be aggressive on the map. All the kills are going on your favor. You know exactly where they're spawning. Let's try to keep them at bay in the back of their base.
13 plays 12. Trades are good here from New York to at least keep a life advantage. Can they find a way to use these eliminations to move across the map? And once again, you've got Kismet nearly able to break through the LA Thieves line of defense. Does get caught. Cammy over towards the long street. Good angle here to help out. And that will be enough for Thieves to continue to hold on to the majority of the map.
Oh, but the timer right there cannot come into play. Cammy actually turns around, lines it up onto Hydra to take him down. And then Ghosty is there for the trade. But this might potentially be the last opportunity for Subliners to make a play towards the point, and both players get cut down. So now with only 35 seconds left, it takes about 15 to get across the map over towards A. This is potentially their last push, and all of LA, they know exactly where they're coming from.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Trophy systems have been softened up, some deleted. So nades from the Thieves looking pretty decent to, again, just kind of hold New York way out from this A zone. Nice gunfight win from Joe over through tank side. Looking for the trade as the rest of New York, they will find it. Keep your eye on Kismet around the back.
Yeah.
He's actually snuck through again, and they got an opportunity to just walk on into the zone. Kismet maybe thinking this is too good to be true, and just kind of gets caught. Looking for someone to shoot at. Kills will come through, and the Thieves will mitigate any further threat. But boy, I'll tell you, New York did have a last-second look there for a moment.
Yeah, they got a little bit of a chance right there at the very end. I thought if I was Kismet in that situation, you probably just want to get on towards the point. But once his teammate drops that first gunfight, we now have to play for a kill. Unfortunately, he decides to go for the point. Someone from LA lines him up while his teammates find 2 kills around the map. And it's just not enough time for the Subliners to pause that game clock to keep the round going. LA holds strong on the defensive side to go up 1-0.
Yeah, super crucial that LA were able to help out on that A zone before the first hit gets locked as well. That could be massive for round 5 implications. And as we kind of figured, Thieves, who have been kind of stapled towards this opening A offense, will continue to try to keep hammering it home. Opening kill for Kismet, good as he follows into a second. And I mean, at this point, there's just nowhere to go here if you're Thieves. Opening offense doesn't find much success at all. Ghosty at least finds 1 fadeaway kill, and it gets him onto the point. And then a follow-up onto Kismet. Hold on, New York, we're transitioning over, and now Thieves do have an opportunity to start getting some progress today.
Yeah, it's a great win right there. Great read out of Ghosty to know that Kismet is going to try to apply the pressure on him. Unfortunately, he's not able to complete that first segment. So his teammates now have to apply the pressure over towards B. All of Subliners just making sure nothing fishy is happening at that A point. And now the game clock is paused. Thieves are just going to do the easy work. Let's try to get B done and dusted.
Oh, nice little shoulder being thrown by Hydra. Alerts the rest of New York that Afro is trying to play through into DVD. But on the point itself, Ghosty does well to catch a first. That was Kismet on the pinch attempt, and then a follow-up for Simp playing a little bit safer on the deep side. Second tick of progress being worked on. Hydra, now it's time to go, and oh boy, he just does it all himself. First 2 kills are decent. Now Skyz off the long pinch. He'll double down as well. Second tick does get locked, but New York have reclaimed the zone.
And that is a perfect play right there on the Skyz. He knew that his teammates did not pick up a single kill, so no one is going to spawn behind me and be able to re-pinch. He slowly works it when Hydra finds those 2 kills to find the final 2 and now put all of LA in the back of this spawn towards Palace. Time is continually dwindling down. 35 seconds left. They only have 2 segments. You have to try to complete B if you want to have defense, just in case it goes to round number 5. But Kismet is just cutting you all off. Now it's Hydra's turn.
It's just so expensive for LA. Every single life off the embassy spawn has guns looking right down at you. 20 plays 11, 15 seconds on the clock, and LA are completely stuck essentially behind that embassy wall. Last attempt to try to make their way over towards B, get the extra 60 seconds. Skyz on 7. Just continuing to dominate as he's got help around him as well. And yeah, there's just no way LA gets to this zone. A couple of the kills will come through, but it matters not. New York hold them to 2 points of targets, and that leads to huge advantages now if we do get to that round 5.
Yeah, now if you are New York, you have set yourself up to walk away with the W. You also have a cruise missile earned out of Skyz off the great play that he made off of that flank. So Subliners in full control now of this control game 3. Back on the attack they go. Do they try to go aggressively over towards A again, work a couple early segments? Because even when they were when that got shut down and they went towards B, B was a pretty easy capture for them. So if I'm New York, I'm going right back at it. Let's just go try to get A.
Seems to be the call here. Skyz taking the outside route, does have the cruise missile to assist if needed. Nades ceremoniously being exchanged on both sides. None weaker towards it, though. Finally, Kismet able to find an opportunity to open up space in through mid, plus the follow-up from Hydra. But a key double stops not only the transition to A, but also the further threat. Hydra last one left, and Afro does at least confirm a trade. Tested, but LA hold on.
Yeah, but there's no one over towards the A street, so if you are Kismet, you're in a position to, again, force a couple players from LA to now split push off their spawn. We have to make sure we do not allow this guy to roam around red. Do not allow him to push around Mannequin. At least stop the game clock over towards this 8 point, and they sniff him out at the right time. 3 dead in the feed. Last layer up is going to be Simp. He has to try to find a couple kills to allow his teammates to get out of the base, but LA Thieves, they're holding strong.
Yeah, New York just trying to stack the box here as they approach over towards B. 2 for 1 the exchange. Last one defensively nearby is Afro. Simp knows that Afro's nearby somewhere. Finally tracks him down, holds down the trigger, finds the kill. Now on rotation, Cammy over through the cut, only able to take down 1, and so New York will stop the clock at 22.8. LA coming off spawn, trying to find a way to reclaim.
Trophies down, 2 players stacked on the point. Just cannot allow LA to start off the gunfights on their favor. Ghosty starts off with the first. Now the contest is going to be here. Kismet trying to line him up. He at least takes down one, but LA walk away on top in those engagements. Now Hydra off spawn. He has to try to pause this game clock. Let's just try to get over A and make something happen.
Wait, LA are not looking for him really at all. They know he's somewhere nearby. They just don't know exactly where. So that kill onto Joe allows Hydra to back up. Clock will stop at 5.7. Focus is still towards B. It's just Hydra being a nuisance on the A zone, and now LA are kind of caught looking both ways. They're going to chalk over B and try to reclaim this A zone quickly, but Hydra is not giving them an inch. Finally, the kill comes through, but an extra 60 gets tallied, and in the process, New York has brought the life deficit just down to 1.
That's exactly what they needed to do, because if they didn't complete that B point, LA Thieves would have been in a great position because they don't allow those 3 segments to get away from them. But New York are able to extend this time, and they at least have 2 more pushing. They're actually going to invest the cruise missile. Whose cruise missile is coming out from the top? It's going to be Skyz, but unfortunately 2 of his teammates dropped, so he's only going to be able to get info, but no map control to go with it.
Can he follow up off of his own intel? No, not here. LA still hold on to mid-map. And now Ghosty on 6 in a row has earned himself a cruise missile plus a little bit of extra forward presence for the rest of the defense of the Thieves to move in towards. But Kismet again. Late round heroics possibly. He's worked his way all the way through, finds the second elimination. Now a 1v1 with Joe, pistol out, and that's good enough to confirm the trade. 12 plays 6. Last attempt here from New York, and it's going to largely have to be from the front. No time to make a long flank. Can they get Afro out of position? Yes, they can. Follow-up elimination over towards Ghosty is good. How do you allow that to happen? Joe needs to save the day, and oh, he will. A 3K from Joedecieves keeps Thieves again, at least going round for round, but boy, it's stressful.
Man, Alan, these final 15 seconds of these rounds, I'm thinking they're going to be locked up in LA. They are just giving up an opportunity. But Joedecieves instantly shuts it down. And let's see, if you are the subliners, you walk away with those 3 segments over towards B. So now you're in control of the game, up by 4, going into this round number 4. But the only thing that I was questioning was that investment of the cruise missile. You probably want to save that for a later game, or at least when your teammates are in a better position to at least win a gunfight. When 2 players drop as soon as you call it in, it's only info and nothing gained from that. So now LA on the attack. Back over towards the A point. They started off this time with the first flood.
Yeah, I love this. A little different split out here from Thieves. Simp getting taken down by his own volition actually allows a transition through mid-map for the Thieves to offensively move in towards A. Afro in the back line, making this play all the way through over towards gas station, but Skyz will get the trade. First tick does get locked here, though. Joe working on the second. Kismet nearby, first gunfight predicted. That could be the second tick, if not more here. Ghosty's holding the rotation. Ghosty for the double, and then stack it, young man. Get on in there. An extra 60 gets added with the rare A capture here for Thieves.
And now if you are New York, you have to hold down this B point, not give up a segment, and that might not be the case. Already 3 dead in the feed. Subliners would really love that cruise missile in this situation, but they do not have it. They have a nade. Big nade from Kismet. Great gunning from Hydra to at least start off with the initial 2 gunfights to try to get some map control, because LA, they're just running all over them right now.
Good follow-up eliminations come through as well. Now the Thieves here with numbers on towards the B zone. Nice little snap from Afro. New York scrambling, trying to work their way back over as the first tick of progress looks to be pretty sure. Afro zoning even further beyond the control point, and he's gonna still do well. Nice double out of Afro. Last attempt for New York to try to contest this would have to come by way of Skyz, and he's stuck up top at the moment. There's just nowhere to go, and Thieves with a quick transition over through mid to A, follow up with a clean follow in towards B. No worries, no problems. Thieves get themselves on the board.
Man, that was a great round right there out of LA. You get a nade kill onto Skyz. You even get Simp to kill himself with a blow-up bomb over towards the left side of the map, and at that point it's already 3 dead in the feed. They had the double stack in towards A. They knew exactly where they were coming from towards gas. You also had Afro working through back mannequin with that SMG up close and personal. They just really set the tone in that final attacking round. Before we went to break, I was really worried about Cammy and Ghosty, but Ghosty is the man with the plan this map. Earns himself a cruise missile, multiple gunfights on the cross, won by him to secure his LA Thieves. This is why they play this map, because they're super confident on it, and they walk away with this one to stay alive in this series.
And it's just really cool to see how LA has kind of modified their A approach on offense in really each of the rounds we saw them try to play it, not only yesterday, but also here today. That, you know, that second offensive round where they kind of give you a head fake of, hey, look at us, we're throwing all of our nades through mid, we've got a player on B, and then all of a sudden it's kind of like this burst queue off of the kills to make the quick transition into A. It's just a really cool little flexible play that they've got and have really established as kind of one of their staples, like we continue to talk about with this A offense for LA.
And now that's another invasion added to the tally, Alan.
Yeah, 5 out of 6 maps.
5 out of 6. All W's for LA happened on this map, but at least they now have the confidence going into the next map, but it's not going to be easy. They're going into a Karachi HP where they're playing against New York, who were 2-0 on that map. And on the opposite side for the Thieves, they are currently 0-3. So one thing that they have to put their main focus on is their hold percentage. They are currently 9th on this map with 3 times played. So that means that they're rotating a lot of the time. But when they are set up properly, they're getting instantly broken. Versus a team like the Subliners, they have the gunny, they have the SMGs, they even have the ARs who are going to apply the pressure to set up those princes properly to break your setup. So if you are LA, we can't have a slow start the way that we did in map number 1. Gotta come out firing.
Yeah, and I think it's more than that too. If you were to look back to the first 2 weeks of the season for New York, yeah, their hardpoint record wasn't necessarily incredible, sorry, for LA, but their map differential was only like 10 points. That means that their losses were super close, their wins were also pretty close. But yesterday versus Toronto, they were absolutely obliterated.
Oh yeah.
So you kind of follow that up with a map 1 today that you started off slow. Yeah, they eventually got it to a 250 to 193, but this New York team's not going to allow you to set tempo. I think that's the biggest thing about it, and that's where I think the struggle lies in this Karachi coming up for LA.
Yeah, because you have to be able to be quick on the map, just like the way you were on map number 1 Skid Row. It's 2 totally different maps, but the pacing on this map has to be set pretty high. When you're rotating over towards P1 to go towards P2, you win that first set of gunfights, you're going to be in a clear to get a full 60 hold because they're all jumping over the back alley, or they're going to be first to early rotate. It just has to be aggression, and crossfire setup. A lot more teamwork in this map number 4.
Yeah, and I think the thing too here is, can you get a read on what New York is trying to do early, rather than what we kind of saw in map number 1, where it's like, wait a second, we're slow on this, or we're slow on that. We need to find a way to kind of recover. You have to kind of set the tone early and make sure that New York can't get away with whatever they want. And I will say, I think a lot of the reason that New York has been able to be so fluid on the map is because they're getting such great participation out of their ARs. In particular, Skyz has been super fluid when it comes to not just locking down certain lanes, but I think he's taken a lot of inspiration towards, hey, I can step forward if my SMGs are gonna be running as quickly as they currently do.
Yeah, he knows what they like. Like, this is not his first rodeo playing with Hydra and Kismet. They literally won a world championship together, so he knows exactly what he's gonna get out of his SMG duo. And with the way that he's been playing so far in this game, dominant AR. And then when you have those 3 players alongside Sib, who's been Mr. Consistent for this team, I feel like every time an opportunity for New York looks like it's gonna slip away, Sib makes it happen. So this whole team is just, it's just a gauntlet, man. These guys are final form, and it's only month number 1. Like, these guys feel good, man.
Yeah, they really do. And I think the only real maybe concern, if you want to call it that, like when we were setting up this narrative, it's like, where are the vulnerabilities for New York? It's hard to pick one.
Yeah.
But you do look at their respawn to kind of be, okay, there may be opportunities, especially with this map set early, to where a team like LA may be able to kind of sneak one away from New York. But like you mentioned, going to Karachi, not exactly the same premise of trying to step into a Skid Row. I think on the other side, just to kind of speak to the coin of LA Thieves, you know, Afro's been good for this team all year long. We've had a couple of slow starts from certain members, but I think this is kind of at the moment in time where we need to start talking that Cammy needs to start participating if this Thieves team wants to elevate beyond this the one current map series win that they have.
Because Ghosty, you know what you're going to get out of Ghosty. Like, Ghosty's going to give you 20 and 20, leading in the comms, making sure everything is going the way it needs to. But Cammy is basically like their leader. He's the veteran guy on this roster. So you're looking at this guy to just step up on his performance, because then they'll all be playing good. He's like sitting around a 0.8 in every single game mode. That's not what you want out of your flex player. You have to be able to step up, especially when you're playing against some of these top teams that you know that their AR is going to be on the map, and you have to win those gunfights versus them to be the game changer.
Big time. And just to speak to it, it's a 0.85 overall going into this the series rather for the side of Cammy, but a league worst 0.80 in hardpoint, which, like you already kind of alluded towards, it just has to be better. So I think that's kind of what we're looking at here is, can this LA Thieves find a little bit more of mojo from this Cammy player and hopefully get them into the mix, because there could be a possibility of them finding themselves towards the map 5 if all 4 players show up and load in here to Karachi. See how things go. New York been been looking real solid here, though, so tough prospects trying to set up that ask for LA to try to battle into a map 5.
I think we got a little quick reset right back to us. It's okay. We get to talk a little bit more about this game. Let me ask you a question, Alan. Out of both these two teams, who's been the player so far in the season that has been like the guy that you weren't really expecting to go off, but he's just been a man on a mission?
I think the biggest and easiest person to point to between these 8 is looking at Simp. You know, new guy into the world champs. Does it elevate the team? You know, when there's a lot of other squads around you that are making small moves to try to improve their stock, you know, kind of comparing yourself to like an Atlanta who, you know, made the substitution of Drazah in the mix, and he's been electric for Atlanta. Does Simp bring more to the table than what you were getting previously out of Priestahh? And it's hard to really compare. I mean, I think they're both incredible players, but I think you're looking at this and you're saying, oh yeah, okay, Simp is definitely elevating this team to a new level. And I think it's all about the tempo and the pace that you're seeing here in the mix with Skyz as compared to last year's roster. So I think that's the easy call, is to look at Simp first and foremost and say that he has been incredible, not just individually, but he's also helped this New York team keep themselves at the top of the leaderboard.
And the crazy thing is, I completely agree with you, because when you're a player that joins the new team, like when you're a player that joins a world championship team, when you get in those first couple of practices in, you're expecting them to be dominant at respawn. But the fact that they are dominant in search and destroy with the new roster, with respawn being their only weak point at this, you best believe they're only going to get better at that mode. The fact that they're starting off flawless in S&D, this team is already in a prime form, in my opinion, to win a championship.
Yeah, I agree. And on the other side for Thieves, I think you kind of have to look to players like Joedecieves. I think that last year's LAG team really wasn't a fair way to evaluate really anyone on that roster, just because of the circumstances that they kind of came through. 3 members from the academy team early get bumped up. But, you know, this was a year that I was thinking, okay, this is kind of a make or break. If Joe ended up coming into this Thieves squad and he dominates to the level that we kind of expected him to when he was on the LAG academy team, then he instantly becomes a staple in the CDL. And even though the team hasn't been particularly great to this point, there have been really great moments out of Joedecieves.
Oh yeah, Joedecieves he's been that guy with the SMG in hand. You sometimes get a little bit of inconsistencies out of Afro, Ghosty and Cammy. They're either hot or they're not, but Joedecieves has been the only shining light so far for this LA Thieves roster when it comes to just what he does on the map. SMG in hand, AR in the hand, it does not matter. He's gonna put himself in a great position to walk away with a couple gunfights and be a game changer for this LA Thieves roster. So on a map like Karachi, where his impact is definitely going to be felt in those positions like Red, in those positions towards Fountain, he needs to make sure he's winning those up close and personal gunfights.
Yeah, and you look back to the play of the game from the control, all of those talking points really come to life for us. And I think individually, there have been maybe some questions about what we were going to get from LA, but when you've got the ability for certain individuals to take over in key moments, these are all individual wins that come through. Afro starts things off, but then these wins from Joe, absolutely perfect. It's just when they have the individuals starting to really shine and pop off like that, you can see the level of trust for LA goes astronomically higher than in moments like we saw at the beginning of Skid Row, for instance, where they're being out-rotated on, they're being out-broke when it comes to how they're handling the hard point. But when the individuals start to kind of create opportunity, that's where I think we see where the premise and possibility of this Thieves team kind of comes to light.
Yeah, and you can tell in this clip right here, it was both the playmakers, Afro getting up in towards the base, towards gas, just being the aggressive SMG, just cutting them off spawn. And then even when he dies and comes back to life, he's already up towards blue, being that aggressive SMG again, just cutting them off left to right. So yeah, you can get these SMGs in those positions to succeed. You best believe they're going to do a good job at it.
And I think on top of that, just to really kind of, again, beat the dead horse here, you can't rely on one person to be a smoke in this league. You have to come out as all 4 ready to go. So our Monster Energy matchup has been extended to Karachi, map number 4. It's been a muse of a playground here for the side of New York. They're 2-0 on it, including a couple of really key wins, in particular against OpTic in the opening matchup, and then a tight 250-248 win over LAG in their second matchup. Whereas for the Thieves, they have been no strangers to it, but I think they're trying to shrug off the soreness that comes from Toronto's beatdown from yesterday.
Yeah, 250-120 leaves a bad taste in your mouth, so we're going to run it back, and let's see how it turns out this time. You're going to have LAT spawning on the better side, at least for this P1 time. This all starts about hitting your tags, backing them down, putting them in a position to succeed, and Joedecieves starts it off with a big nade early time to Thieves.
Cammy working for that top 3rd position as well, knows that there's at least one subliner lurking over to the backside of Arcit, but loses track of him. So hardpoint will once again be reclaimed by LA. Cammy up top now in a great position to ensure that continues to be the case, and this has been a great start for LA. Moves across the map now starting to come underway.
Yeah, this is basically a flawless P1, and now you're forcing the subliners to basically chalk this one up, play over towards the cafe, and now there's only one player in the position, which is going to be Hydra. The rest of his teammates trying to rotate back through Soda Alley. Sib wins a huge one-on-one to at least potentially take top Røkkr control, but a great way to start if you are LA. 45 uncontested seconds off P1. Now we have to break in towards P2.
Absolutely the case, and I will say, just getting 46 seconds on the first hard point, it kind of softens up the potential blow of not finding a true break here at P2. But look at the spawns. LA is going to spawn over towards back alley side. New York not really in a position fully to get a read on this. And with Joe creating problems at hotel, numbers are good here for the Thieves. New York scrambling to try to get themselves back into position, and the kills will eventually come through, allowing the subliners to hold.
Man, this is the perfect play so far from the subliners, because you want to flip those spawns going in towards the next hill. As long as you're consistently holding Røkkr control, you're going to have a free rotation, because you're forcing all of LA to just consistently jump over this dumpster. I don't know how many times we're going to do it. Let's see if we can win it. Nope, we can. All right, now we're going to rotate to the right side. Chicken coop, but it's already going to be Kismet in a position. He actually doesn't find a kill. He might be able to drop it now. LA have the opportunity to hit that rotation.
Cut across the map, though, from New York. Simp able to find 2 on rotation, on 4 in a row. Joe gives him the 5th. Does he get a read for number 6? No, not quite. Can be able to neutralize, and it does soften up this rotation from New York, but full time had been earned on the previous hard point. So 48 plays 46. LA, final couple of gunfights as we open up the hard point do look solid, but we're still fighting for spawns here as the hard point opens.
Yeah, you're still fighting for spawns, and at least there's only one player right now from LA in a position to make something happen. It's Afro. He's just waiting for his teammates to get back into the play. Eventually, Simp does sniff him out. So just going to maneuver his way around here, force LA to not have that point instantly, because he knows that they're coming from chicken coop. He plays the cutoff. He finds one. Him and Kismet and Skyz combined for 3. And now New York are getting the time.
Yeah, really good start once again from Simp. 11 and 3. Hasn't seen a hard point yet, but doesn't need to if he's finding kills like that. Kismet up top, just barely. Oh, beats Ghosty to the punch. For a second, I thought there was going to be a little leap off Batman gunfight there for Ghosty to fire back. Not quite the case. It's actually Hydra's nade that will confirm the trade over towards the interior fountain, and LA will overwhelm the only possessed member of Skyz in the hard point. Civ also stunned.
Oh,
not dealt with though. Okay, thought he was dead to rights. Not the case. Hard point opens, and we got a 2v2 for the time.
And now he's one off a cruise. So you have one player in Hydra working his way through top AC, trying to take top control. He does fall, and that's a clean 4 dead. Taking down Sib, shuts down that cruise, and now you're in full control of the map. You know exactly where New York is spawning. Over towards the bridge side. You actually have one player in Skyz who spawns towards red, so he's going to be the player off pinch, but it's all about holding for these first. It's a gunfight. Joedecieves starts it off.
LA just bunkering in and around the hard point. Stun comes through. Joe pushing forward. Good decision. Takes down Hydra. So still, New York empty from kills. Trying to break into this 4th hill. And they may have to default to just rotating away from it. Really not much of an effort being concentrated through the front here. Just a couple of exit kills that come out, and LA is going to reap the reward of what was essentially 35 free seconds here from New York.
It's just been blow for blow. Back and forth we had in this game. It was P2 to P3 for subliners, P1 and P4 so far for the Thieves. Great hold on both. Special release to LA. Being up by about 30 points. But it's going to be subliners with more bodies on the right side of the map, set up in towards Ticket. Now Cammy, he's on a force feed. He's starting to turn it around. Unfortunately, he does get shut down, and Kismet finds a second. So New York hold on for the first push.
Spawn's been on the right side of the map here for LA, so the break from the front going to be largely contested by Sid, who was watching the cross, but he gets taken down. That opens up a bit of space. 3v3 for the hard point, though, as LA, again, just trying to clear out this top hotel side. Skyz, such a nuisance, eventually dealt with, but he's killed so much time off the clock, and LA have not yet been able to find a concentrated hit to try to break.
They can't get in. They cannot get in. Subliner setup is just too strong, and they walk away with this final 25. They will put themselves up by 30. You already have players in a position towards top 3. They're not going to allow P1 46 seconds to get away from them again. And that's already 3 dead in the feed. Cammy trying to go for the snap, but Kismet closes the door. He has manners. Walks away with that gunfight. And now subliners walk away with the final 15 and are fully set up for P1.
Yeah, big momentum swinging hard point right there for the side of New York, especially considering that they also own rotation for the moment. Sib able to open things up as the hard point also makes itself available for time. Skyz over the top, no problems there. Ghosty couldn't do anything, and Cammy barely able to follow up with any damage. 142, 103. Kismet making problems on the sandbag rotation for LA, and it's just, again, the cushion around the hard point. So comfortable for New York.
Yeah, like if you were Hydra in this situation, like just kick your feet up. No one's getting close to you at the hill. Everyone is just getting gunned down. As Skyz is able to find 3 in a row. Finally, Joedecieves takes down Hydra, but for what? Subliners now win the rotation over towards next. Skyz is now going to invest that cruise missile, so the information is now going to be gained where they are on the map. Subliners have just flipped the switch in the middle of this hard point to now take a commanding 60-point lead.
Have to force something on this rotation if you're LA. 3 members off respawn, going right towards Kismet's direction. Big gunfight over the heady, and that will be enough for LA to at least get some control over Diner, but Hydra quickly trying to follow up off this. Frag keeps one player at bay and he takes the gunfight on the opposite, but LA still able to survive through this. Skyz trying to find a way to break in, but they get pushed back. So we'll see how New York try to formulate a break as we go to a Subliners. Listen in.
Chill. Yo, go down alley. Joey's duck going mid. Don't time, go see. Every down alley. He's gonna go top mid. He's gonna go top mid.
He's laying down mid alley. One's top fire, one's mid alley.
Top fire, weak.
Duck going. Yo, A1 right now. A1, last one. First one goes A1 dead.
He's weak, nice.
First one goes deep,
Okay. I have a shot, okay guys?
A1, go see. One shot, go see, absolutely A1.
I need A1.
He's absolutely, he's laying down left side. They're gonna be all 18 wall.
A1 one shot by Nate.
One's under me market dead.
Nice.
I'm watching A1, I'm watching A1. I'm holding all.
Yo, going mid alley right now, Cammy.
Mid alley, I'm
I
Watch my shit. Can you look low? Can you look your bed? No, I have top.
He can come top gen.
I want to market. I got stunned. Yep, out market and one guy's mid cut.
I'm leaving. He could go low. Yeah, I know. But they're gonna flood in front.
I have a mid. I have
the cross. I don't have top 3. I'm playing the barrel. They needed me. I'm needed. They can jump out.
I need the running mid, guys.
Two mid. I'm one shot.
I'm fishing those guys.
Mid, Ghosty dead.
I have 2 kills.
I'm one shot. Left dead.
Nice, 3. Oh, top side left guy. All market. I'm staying down 10. All market. 100%.
Top 3 is dead.
Every low market right now. All market. Can it be diner spawn? One of them? Top tilt. Every market. I have all your market.
Top 3, Ghosty.
One could be in you.
He's going barrel.
Couldn't quite find the concentrated kills to get the break on towards 2, but I'll tell you, the awareness and the movement over the round 3 has been good to this point for New York, but LA, they're giving themselves a fighting chance here. A late break over towards this cafe allows them a chance to still be in this game.
Yeah, they're definitely still in this game. I wasn't expecting them to walk away with those final 25 seconds, but a great break comes in from LA to not let this game get out of hand, but it's going to be Subliners fully invested off the rotation. Hydra in a great position, bottom ATM, but he loses that gunfight, and Kismet loses another. So what was just a great rotation for the Subliners, LA Thieves, they find the break, and now they're the team inside.
And this was the hard point that LA really started to get this game into some pretty contested spots over the top. Yeah, Skyz not quite able to find the shots onto Ghosty. So once again, LA Thieves find their way in towards Fountain. Looking real solid for it at the moment as well, as the only player on the back is Hydra, and the Thieves are aware of this. They eventually find the kills. Now the focus could go towards the front. Hardpoint stays open for now, and with that, this is a win here for New York. They don't get the full break, but you've at least kept Thieves off the time.
Oh, you kept them off the time, but at least the Ghosty finding himself a cruise missile. Unfortunately, the team kill's the only thing that can take him down, but LA with this final 20, they're going to be able to take the lead right on back. Can New York have the response like they did the first time around at Ticket with a great hold, not letting any LA players get even close to him? And that's great shots right there to Sib with the SMG. He's up to 28 and 14, dub positive, but the game is really close. Like, come on.
Yeah, it just comes down to, can Afro find a way to get more involved? Just 9 and 20 as we rotate to our last hill in the second rotation. Yep, that means he's averaging 1 kill a hard point. That will not be good enough, you would think, but LA find a way to get this to a level ground. Nice tracking from Cammy to the pistol, almost finding Kismet. Trades still come through, back and forth, pinstripe kill feed. Joedecieves trying to follow up, but he's got Subliners waiting for his next move, and New York will find the first time here at 5.
And now 35 seconds left. LA, they are spawning towards the backside of Palace. You want to make sure you apply this pressure. Don't give up this time. You know you're going over towards the P1. We just have to trade effectively, and at least Ghosty finds that kill onto Sib with the team kill to find the break. And now you're going to force the Subliners to make a decision. Are we going to still apply pressure in towards Ticket? Are we going to set up properly around P1? You already have 2 players over towards the bridge side, 1 towards top 3. You have 2 players also committing towards old. Subliners are doing both at the same time.
What a call. As soon as Hydra gets 2 over towards that top staircase area, the 2 lurking members from Subliners break in for the scrap time. Cammy at least allows an opportunity for the Thieves to rotate over through street. Joe looking for an opportunity to go further through market. This is going to take a lot of time, though, and New York is already on the hard point. They've even got cruise missiles to try to get this thing through the finish line. 235, 214, and New York all in control at the moment.
Yeah, once that cruise missile gets invested, they have all the info that they need to know. Joedecieves is going for a flank. Cool, let's turn around and put ourselves in a better position to win it, but it's only 5 seconds until they're able to call game. Everything is watched. New York are looking to close it out.
Ghosty gets the first, a chance for him to jump on and maybe contest, but the kill comes through, and New York will survive through it. So once again, another hard point where it looked like LA was about to be down and out. They give themselves a real good chance. I think in particular that rotation from 2 to 3, the scrap time of the last 25 seconds kept them in the game longer than maybe we would have expected. But at the end of the day, this New York team just moving a little bit differently, and Sib is just, oh my goodness. I mean, did it all himself for a couple of moments throughout that map, Jay.
And he basically called game right there at the very end because he had that cruise missile in his back pocket. If Joedecieves hits that route without any information gained, he's probably able to make a play through about a middle alley. But once that cruise gets invested, you now know exactly where every LA Thieves player is trying to attack from. We readjust our setup, we find the next set of kills, and they eventually call game. 22 non-traded kills out of Sib, but 32 and 17 just really took over on this map number 4. On the opposite side, we said that it couldn't be a slow start for one of the SMGs on a map like Karachi, and unfortunately Afro 12 and 25, that's not gonna cut it. They lose this map, they lose another hard point. That's now what, 1 and 8 in hard point for this roster? Yeah, you're not gonna find a lot of W's if you're not winning HPs.
And I think just more than that, 6 map wins in total for LA. 5 of those map wins have come on Invasion.
Ah, man, so, we gotta get Invasion in there.
Apparently, just find a way to get it at least 3 times through. But I think at the end of the day, it is one of those situations that we were hoping to see some sort of a bounce back from LA. They got a tough schedule, to be fair, going from Toronto yesterday to New York today, but the slaying presence really wasn't, I would say, much better than it was yesterday. So a convincing win, all things told, for New York. LA still just sitting in the 1 series win as we head back and say hello to the desk for the first time today.
Hey there, handsome gentlemen. Let's talk a little bit about what we just seen here, Nameless, because that was a dominant performance by Sib. And I even asked you about this last game, a hard point, and LA Thieves trailing about 30 points. I said, they're right there with them. You said, yeah, but New York Subliners are playing chess, not checkers.
Yeah, they're playing chess, not checkers on that game. I mean, it was neck and neck up until we got to that P5. They were able to get majority of that time there and then chain that into P1. It ended up putting LA Thieves in a very tough spot going into that final rotation. You saw it there out in New York. They rotate over towards bridge. It's Hydra who actually finds that massive 2-piece, stops them from getting any sort of control of 3-story area. And you know, without 3-story, there's nothing that you can do on this P1. So for New York, while it looked like it was a little bit close, I feel like they were cool, calm, and collected at the end of that game.
Seem to be in control in LA Thieves. If you're looking at their matches this week, well, Ship kind of just nailed it. They are not able to keep up with their opponents in the KD column. What can you do between now and your next match? You've got to get this fixed before you get to land, right, Allie?
I mean, do I say something horrible like get your gunny up? I mean, the biggest problem for LA Thieves right now is, like you said, Chris, they're seriously lacking in the slaying department. Unfortunately, Afro had a really rough map number 4 here, and a game that could have possibly been stolen away by LA Thieves. Of course, Sib was almost triple positive, but LA Thieves were keeping it close. They were getting some of these miracle breaks in some of these hills, and they could have run away with this map number 4 and pushed to map number 5. If you're an LA Thieves fan, I guess you walk away saying, hey, we're good at invasion control and invasion sometimes, but unfortunately, you just don't have a deep enough map pool right now.
I will say, though, for like LA Thieves, like situationally, the kills will come if they're in better spots, right? Like we talk about that map right there. A lot of them are negative. They're not getting a lot of kills. If they just don't commit to hitting that scrap on that P5, not the last rotation, the one prior to that, they're in a far better situation. You're set up on P1, you're able to farm, get kills, and then get yourself into a better position. So I think, you know, going back looking at VOD, like this team still has potential. I really, truly believe that.
Well, I'm looking at our schedule right now, and, well, we've got our Monster Winter Spotlight. It's time to talk with Skyz about his perfect record, 5-0. Skyz, how are we feeling after the most recent win? It's been an exciting day here in the studio.
I've been feeling fantastic. The team's been doing good. Our search is insane right now. Our hard point, we're fixing it up too. Our control, we just wanted to get an invasion rep in there, see how that felt in a match.
How did it feel? How did it feel, Skyz?
Yeah.
Yeah, did it feel good?
It's real good.
Guys, I want to ask you guys about your search and destroy because I feel like this is not something we kind of tagged with you guys this early in the season. You are undefeated right now. Kind of who's making those play calls in game? You know, what's the search and destroy comms like for you?
It's not really just one person doing it. It's like we all like have different stats that we call out. It's just basically what we feel in the moment. But I feel like we have so many layers and different strats. Like we can just somebody just be like, "Yo, let's do this," and then the next round somebody will feel something. We'll all do it, and we already know what to do.
Cool.
Skyz, after Major 5 last year, you guys look like you were in that final form. Obviously, you go into champs, you end up winning it there. So where do you feel like this current roster is in this game right now? Are you guys championship ready headed into Major 1?
Yeah, I feel like we're championship ready, and then I still think that we can get better as well. I feel like we just need to tighten up a little bit more on hard points, and I don't feel like it's better now. I feel like it's pretty solid, but we just gotta get better at that, and control would be solid. Our search is like unfuckable right now. Oops.
To follow that up, it seems like, you know, you guys are getting a ton of kills. I mean, I don't know the exact number, but you outslayed by a ton on that map number 1. Talk to me about the hard points, how you can get more separation or differential in these HPs.
I think just like whenever we're like earlier on rotations, just guarantee our kills, not like overcomplicate anything. Because sometimes when we get in setup, like people tend to move too much. But like whenever we're like all turn, we slow it down. We're just like really good, but just those mistakes.
Skyz, in just 3 days, Ranked is going to be available to the rest of the public. Give me some Skyz pro tips for anyone new to the Ranked game.
Thank God, bro. Use your mic and have some good comms, please, and hit a rotation. Soak my time.
And please use 2 trophies.
And Javed says send him a link. Joe says send him a link.
Send him a link.
That's for Deceives.
There you
That's for
have
Deceives.
All right, Skyz, we got to let you go. That is our 3rd winner on the day. The Subliners, perfect right up there with Atlanta. Deuces, bud. All right, that was Skyz. We've got one more match to go, and it's going to be a good one. We got Boston going up against Miami. Before that matchup, quick reminder, Boston is just 2 weeks away. If you didn't have it on your calendar, now's the time to put it there. All you got to do is scan that little QR code, Allie.
Scan the QR code, or if you don't have a phone for some reason, but you have a web browser, type in callofdutyleague.com/schedule.
There you have it. That is match number 3 in the books. When we return, Boston looking for another win. Heretics trying to prove they belong in our top 2 tiers.
the city of Boston, where champions are born.
Welcome back in, everybody. It's the final day here in week 3 of our qualifiers, and it's all leading up to Major number 1. We're going to Boston the second time around with Alley Cat and Nameless. I'm pumped for this one. Alley, what are you looking forward to most of that Major?
I love the venue in Boston, to be honest. I loved the Major last year and just reminded everybody to please dress warm. I'm sure we're not going to hit records low like we did last year, but do be prepared for the cold weather.
Gloves and hand cream. Let's talk about the team that has to play from there. It's going to be the Boston Breach. Of course, this is a squad that retooled around the youngster. They brought up Snoopy from the challenger scene. He is now their star. You have 2 world champions in Slasher and Priestahh, and Caps has had some really solid numbers running his SMG. But this team is 1-4. What is going wrong with this team right now?
Yeah, well, one, the consistency in the individuals that you just named. I mean, the ARs and Slasher and Priestahh have been great to start things off. And then yesterday, it was Snoopy. Like, we need to see him consistently putting up those numbers. That's when they will find success. Yesterday was not so great for the Monster Energy pregame. Strong holding team just has to fix breaking. 3rd in hold percentage at 70% and 3rd in points per hold opportunity. Obviously, in this game, we know how easy it is to hold some hills. You rotate and you set up, it should be pretty easy execution when you have guys like Slasher and Priestahh on your team.
Exactly, and it's funny that you say that, Ant, because they're actually the worst rotational team right now that we have in the league, which, again, doesn't make sense when you have players like Slasher and Priestahh. The slang is there, but they've only won 1 of their 5 last hard points.
On the other side of this battle, you have a team with basically an inverse record. 3-1 are the Miami Heretics, but if you look at this roster, their only wins, Carolina, Legion, and Minnesota. 3 teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. Yesterday, they got a rude awakening in their matchup against another top-tier opponent. Today, I think they're looking to bounce back and prove that everyone should be thinking of this team as a threat heading into the Major.
I completely agree, because, I mean, they really just lost a Game 5 to Surge yesterday. It was still a very good series if you want to go back and watch that. And when it comes to Monster Energy pregame, I mean, their control has been insane. They are undefeated so far, and they're still a strong Search and Destroy team. Again, they've only lost 2 Search and Destroys, and that was to Surge yesterday. So I don't think in any way of the form that Miami Heretics should be counted out, but this will also be one of those proving matches to see where they stand with the rest of the league.
We've got our maps and modes to take a look at here, Nameless, and I want to get your thoughts on both teams. We've seen some squads like LA Thieves go invasion every chance they get. How are these 2 teams' map pools?
Yeah, so for Boston, they have not won map 1, map 2, or map 5. So those will be 3 maps to be looking out for.
Okay.
For Boston, see improvement. For Miami, they have one of the deepest map pools that we've seen in the league. They have wins on almost every single map mode combination. So for Miami, I'm definitely giving them the edge going into this series. And, you know, to touch on Alley's point as well, in that series yesterday, they won the first blood battle on that Game 5. They were in situations where they should have closed it out. I expect them to close out their man advantage in this game and win these searches.
Alley, what do we do at the end of every pregame segment?
We do predictions.
I think we should do them right now.
Yeah, sure.
I get to go first. Miami Heretics. Oh, what is that? 22? Is that the lead?
Wait, that is not right.
Did I
that's
pick
incorrect.
Minnesota
No way that
correctly to beat the
Wait, today's
Ravens?
matches. You put Minnesota to win.
Minnesota, baby. Accuracy, my guy. Way to come through. All right, go ahead. Show them the Miami I got. You guys can have one, too.
Yep.
I'm going with Miami. I guess I'm not catching up with you on this one.
Nameless?
Vamos. Give me Miami in this one.
Community, where you going, fans? They're also going Miami. It's time to send it over to our casters. We've got Bryce and my favorite man with a fancy mustache, Mr. Chance.
And a beard.
It's a beard, too.
Thank you very much. Well, all Miami for the desk there, Chance, and a lovely comment about your mustache.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of one of those things, I suppose, not necessarily the other. I don't know, man. Seeing Miami straight down the line, I think, is a little overblown. Don't get me wrong. If you were to ask me my prediction, I would probably say Miami, but I think this is like a 50-50 matchup right now. Very difficult to predict. I know, like, the record doesn't look good for Boston, but there are 5 teams in the league right now that only have a single win. So it has certainly been a struggle towards the bottom, and, well, I suppose the bottom is exactly who the Heretics have been consistently beating, but it'd be interesting, man. Again, like after the Heretics played against Seattle, it opened the door for maybe a few more questions of how good these guys are. Certainly at their best, lights out. I know Journey on sub base like has at least tied the kill record for this year in a hard point, and I know when he was going against Huke as that SMG battle, it was very much back and forth trying to deal with Huke on the map, and I think Snoopy and Capsidal will also be an interesting pair for guys like Journey to go against.
We will have to see, and we were talking about this before, actually. Some of the matchups for this kind of game, realistically, Miami Heretics and Boston Breach. Again, it's one of those maps where we talk about benchmarking, right? Obviously, we said yesterday Miami may have more of an issue against Seattle than they've had previously. Boston Breach might be the same kind of team, and they want this win. It is their best opportunity to get another win on the board here before they rock into their home major.
Absolute best opportunity, I think, is the way to phrase it, because again, 5 teams are tied with like only 1 win so far. So if they get their second win, they're now in the green for being top 8 in the winners bracket. However, if Boston lose this match, New York Subliners will be the final team they play. So I think it's safe to say that this one is a must-win match currently for Boston. Again, just to get the extra CDL points, to get the winners bracket. It really is the type of series that can make your life much easier down the line.
On the other side of this, Miami Heretics, some of the comments I saw yesterday about them, realistically, they struggled first 2 maps against Seattle, but kind of a really positive community reaction about the fact that they battled back the entire way through to almost reverse sweep them before they got into that final S&D. And a lot of people are like, hey, you know what? Heretics, they never look like they're completely out of any game that we've seen them in so far.
Oh, 100%. Like the resolve anytime it gets tested, I think is really where you can learn a lot about a team of exactly like, you know, how confident they are as individuals. Are they ever going to be able to bounce back? Are the clutch situations going to get to them? And obviously they didn't win in the end despite the first bloods going their way, but still the way they were getting beat up in those first 2 maps, yes, they absolutely did bounce back on. And it is kind of a funny thing in Call of Duty. I think in my experience, can definitely be a negative community from time to time, but everybody rallies around the Vamos. So certainly one of the most fun teams to watch. And I mean, not just for Vamos related reasons, but they really are like lights out electric sort of players across the board. All of them have a ridiculous amount of potential. I mean, I already mentioned Journey has tied the kill record in the hard point. Granted, that is pre-patch sort of sub base, but Lucky's stats are also been clinically absurd throughout the year. Has absolutely been top notch, and certainly a player that you really want to see that going, especially so in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I think yesterday, actually, I think Vika was probably the main player for them, at least from a statistic point of view. Had some very big plays to kind of bring them back into that series completely. And yeah, and that's what you want, realistically. He's the veteran for these players, you know, dealing with the CDL, I suppose, on large. And I want to say that realistically, I don't know if I expected as much out of him as I saw yesterday. He was just putting down some serious hurt onto Seattle.
Absolutely. I mean, I think what we learned about Javi, or Vico rather, in his first year is like he's a playmaker. very good head for the game, is going to be in the right spots at the right time. And anytime there's one of those situations of like, oh, I can do something different to get a different sort of timing, pierce the map, go on a flank, whatever it's going to be, Vehicle is the guy that is going to be finding those plays. So when your playmaker is also a slayer, that's a fantastic combination. That's when you are in the green. That is when you're having a great time. And obviously their record as a team reflects that. 3-1. Not quite tippy top, but not far from it. I mean, Heretics certainly want to bounce back from the match against Seattle, keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, they do. And a lot of the conversation around Heretics is how does this team perform, not just when they get to that first event, but when they start facing the Titans. There's been a lot said about the top 4 in the league being a cut above. We haven't seen Miami Heretics go against them yet, but every win they get at least puts them nearer them. If not on the table, then maybe just in our hearts. But you can see how the standings are so far. Before we head into Major 1, a couple of flawless there at the top, FaZe and Subliners. Just to them, Ultra and OpTic. And then basically from the feeling, the rest of the league, Chance.
Yeah, and again, for the rest of the league, it is 5 teams tied with only 1 series win. You get that second win, you're in either 7th or 8th place. So still not comfortable because we are playing, 7 matches for every single team with the extra online matches coming through for every single split this year. But it's a big one for Boston. And of course, as you said, for Heretics, they haven't played the top teams just yet, which means against maybe the middle of the pack or teams towards the bottom, Heretics just want to handle. And for Boston, maybe honestly the craziest stat we have this year, their record looks horrible, but like the 1-4, their 1 win though is against Toronto Ultras. So like yeah. Boston Breach, like make no mistake, a lethal team when they're on point, but I think that might be sort of the situation a lot of teams find them in. Every team has lethal threats. They're all playing at a professional level, but it's about like the consistency to be able to do it every single map, because there's just too many teams, especially so at the top, that if you're slightly off, you're going to be punished. And I know Boston has certainly been on the wrong side of quite a few close hard points already this year. The little things are going to go a long way in MW3.
They certainly are, and as we look at the strength of Boston Breach as they move forward, their S&D has taken a little bit of an uptick in the last 2 wins against Toronto and LAG. Maybe something they can hopefully rely on and maybe get the advantage over Miami. But Snoopy, going to be one of the key players for them in this situation. Obviously, it's never easy for a player in this to try to kind of live up to the expectation that a lot of people put on him.
Absolutely. And you have high expectations because he can do things like that. That is a vicious play. I think Mert called it out in the commentary, and obviously after the fact, you can see it as well, of like that stun connects and he's challenging at the exact moment, kicking open a door to get the 2-piece. And again, that is just like a disgusting type of play that I'm not capable of like thinking of. Like Snoopy is better in game than I am in my imagination. So that's when you know you certainly have the goods as a player. Of course, as Nameless was pointing out on the desk, consistency not always there, but not always the easiest thing to orchestrate. And even Bryce, as you touch on the search and destroy, I would love to be a fly on the wall in like this team's camp to hear how like the S&D conversations go. Because if you think about like the play style discrepancy between like guys like Snoopy and Capsidal compared to Slasher, like they certainly have options in how they want to play the game mode, but still yet to truly bring it together like I think we expect this team can. So that'll certainly be a focus point in this series.
I love that Boston is such a kind of an enigma for me, right? How do you feel about this team? Where do you think they can go? You got to remember, they did play Atlanta FaZe pretty close in their first game of the season, right? It was a 3-2 to Atlanta FaZe. Yeah. They beat Toronto and then haven't looked so great against Seattle Thieves and LAG. So maybe it's just consistency they need to find, or they just need to improve some of their weaknesses, and it could be a very different story. If it wasn't for that win against Toronto, I think a lot of people would be more worried about this team.
I mean, I think even with that win, people are still going to be worried about this squad. But I mean, certainly it is a team I think you have to have a little bit of faith in, if not a lot of bit of faith. Again, 2 world champs sitting on the, well, not the stage, but sitting at their desks, in the facility right now. And I mean, Priestahh, I think he might be the only one or one of the very few. I'm sure maybe the Atlanta FaZe guys in the same conversation of like, he just wins every single year. Like he is constantly in the conversation year over year, maybe 4 or 5 years in a row now that Priestahh is collecting at least 1 trophy to add to his cabinet. And of course, Slasher, I mean, not a stranger. He's breaking S&D records just last year. So, I mean, these guys are very capable, but certainly some learning still needs to take place.
Yeah, and I'm just going to look through our series breakdown here as we go through it. For me, the biggest strong side of Miami, probably their control. Haven't lost one yet. And in fact, actually loving a bit of invasion, which we don't have this time around. But haven't lost control. Lost the last 2 S&Ds, but they had 3 before that in a row. And then the hard point has been completely split, right? Like, they've had 4 wins. They've had 3 losses. They can go either way. If they get a win in the first hard point, they're going to be in a really good position for it. You've got to give them the control again. That just seems where they're most comfortable in the mixer. S&D. I don't know which way it's going to go. They've had some very mixy S&Ds when they did win them, 6-4s and 6-5s. But when they lost, it was only against Seattle, both Seattles.
I mean, even for the maps that we have, like, I know you talk about their control specifically, but I remember them being one of the teams that gets that, like, rare sort of invasion offense win. High Rise is a radically different map. That's sort of like a slay heavy ARs in power positions. Can you just dominate teams on either side and try to set up those spawn traps? So it'll be a different look, certainly, in the controlled game mode for Miami for what I think we're more used to seeing them from. And even for the S&D note, I think just even for the Spaniards' sake, it is like a slightly unique play style in Search and Destroy compared to the rest of the teams. Granted, the default setups are always going to be roughly the same, but I think on a map like Terminal, they're going to be an exciting team to watch. Maybe not necessarily anything too far out of the box, but one of the more difficult or sort of strange teams to play against.
Yeah, and I wonder how much VOD and Prep has gone into this, because there are a few maps here, and with the vetoes going down, like Karachi has never been played by Miami on stream, and whether that's a choice by them or a choice by the other teams playing them on it, we are certainly about to find out, because I believe that this lobby is just on the precipice of being ready to load in, and I feel like there is a bit of more pressure on Boston for this one. Like you said, it's
100%, yes.
Yeah, it's never easy to go into your home major, because the expectations will always be high. The home fans will be in attendance, and like you said a little while ago when we got into this one, yeah, you need this. You need this to try to get into that winner's bracket and maybe just a bit of a confidence boost.
Yeah, and make no mistake, by the way, even if they get this win, that does not guarantee the winner's bracket for them. They still might be in a situation where they have to beat the New York Subliners next weekend as well. It just depends on how all the other matches shape up. But again, the expectations that this is your must-win series. This is where they have to come in and execute and take care of business. Or, as you pointed out, going into your home major in the loser's bracket, that would be one of the worst feelings, to sort of wake up, get out of bed, maybe even just drive to the venue if the Boston guys are close enough, and then play for 30 minutes and get eliminated and just go back home. So loser's bracket you want to avoid at all costs. And I mean, Karachi, not the worst place to start things off, because again, if you got Snoopy and Capsidal, SMG players that can fry, you want them to fly around.
Yeah, you certainly do. It's obviously one of those things that we're looking for at this one. We are just going to try and get this lobby ready. So rather than you looking at our faces for another couple of minutes, we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will start map 1 here at the Call of Duty League. Don't go anywhere unless you want to miss some great Call of Duty action. See you right after this.
In the city of Boston, where champions are born.
Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach. This January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Sorry for the delay. We're just making sure the server is fully viable for both teams because we don't want to make sure anything else goes wrong today. But all good as far as I'm aware. And Chance, we should be getting into this game very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, don't jinx anything. I'll knock on some wood for you just in case. But yes, very excited to see the match. I mean, I know we spent maybe 10 minutes trying to like set everything up, but I'm very excited to see this one. I know the desk and the community predictions all leaning towards Miami Heretics. But again, I personally think it's closer to a 50-50 matchup. I don't know what to expect, but I think it's going to be the best Call of Duty we see all day. Or I should say, most competitive Call of Duty we see all day.
No, I fully agree. I think realistically both these two teams are going to be scrapping all the way through. And if you are just joining us, this is how the map set is going to look. Karachi Hardpoint, Terminal S and D, High-Rise Control, Invasion Hardpoint, and Invasion Search and Destroy. Invasion certainly seems to be a favorite amongst the teams at the moment. Chance, why do you think that is?
I think in a lot of ways it's just a good square up map. I don't know if there's any one team that has really set themselves apart as utterly dominant. So I think except maybe Invasion controls certain teams, but Miami's certainly not one of those. So the final two, if they go to game 4, game 5, Miami will be comfortable. I think Karachi is their most novel look for the Heretics, first time seeing them on it, but it's a map you have high expectations with some electric SMG players, but there's, of course, a couple of the demons sitting in this lobby on both teams right now. So, again, I think it'll be a fun square-up map. Look to see if anybody's bringing that pop-off potential into our 4th series.
Well, let's find out. It is time to get this one going. Karachi Hardpoint. We've been waiting, we've been willing, and it is finally here as these two teams head into the P1. Obviously, a lot of positioning. Go up high, try to get down low, and get behind the walls.
100%, or just on a copy Sid's gameplay. Why not? He was absolutely frying on Karachi, so you can just go 26-10 or whatever stat line he ended up with. Not too shabby either. So not just SMGs that might have a field day, but whatever the case may be, it will be Vehicle leading the charge for the squad. Nades out though. It's like if no one's sprinting straight towards the hill, you're playing for the kills before you make that first move.
Yeah, like I said before, all about trying to get the correct position before you commit. You don't want to jump into that kill box as well. Journey looking for a couple of kills, and we'll find it as the Vehicle gets 2. And there will be Miami Heretics commit to the point.
Yeah, that was 30 seconds before either team set foot in the hill. And in spite of the fact that Boston got the first couple kills, you saw Vehicle taking things very slow through the middle of the map. He picks up the 2 and buys his team the time. And it looks like they might end up getting all of it. So, I mean, 30 seconds, not too shabby at all, especially if Lucky can handle the rotation. He gets picked off, though. So, Vehicle very much by himself. I called him a playmaker, an opportunity to see what he can do. He is stunned, tagged up, absolutely one shot, but he's done enough to at least get a teammate behind him. Metals is here for support, so the pace is slow enough to try to continue to make the play. It's maybe trades back and forth, but it's Snoopy coming out on top, getting the 2, making a 3-piece.
Wow, that's huge from them there as well. They didn't commit straight away when they had Vehicle stunned, but it doesn't matter. Snoopy just running around eventually will fall. Boston had the advantage for a second, but that is already gone. You can see now Miami Heretics going to be happy to soak up this time. Metals, though, already out.
All right, you're being slowed down as well. Slasher misses the jump, falls into death. And for Boston, I mean, this is almost like trying to break it in control. I was going to say, posted on every head glitch, every alley is going to be covered. And that is a substantial amount of time. You have Journey, by the way, 4-0. He's just been hanging out inside of P1 on rotation. He is yet to fall. And speaking of rotation, well, it'll just be Lucky and Metals on the back line trying to defend. And you see the feed, they are doing just fine.
Wow, nothing from Boston. They had them 4 versus 2, and not a single bit of blood from Heretics was shed in this rotation. And now, if you're Boston Breach, you've got to do better. Only 2 points on the board, no rotation into this hill, and it is a long way back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the worst thing ever. You're spawning up, trying to run forward, and Journey's shooting you in the back from, like, basically your spawn. Boston ended up spawning up a little bit closer, but they're sort of just getting funneled into death. Very tiny little alleyway they're having to cross through. You're gonna be getting tagged up along the way. Capsidal makes the break, gets out and wins a gunfight, and that is just enough for Boston to get through. Finally, they are collecting some semblance of time, but Rice, obviously, they're down by 90 points. They have a long hole to climb out of.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for now. A little bit of stabilization, just get out of that point and then go for the next. They want back-to-back hills if they can get it. And Snoopy is fighting for it every step of the way. Medals trying to play his life here. Goes for the reach out, spraying. Lucky will get his trade eventually. Priestahh, though, piling into this point. Both teams now committing to this in heavy ways.
Yeah, Snoopy's been a monster, though. He has been the really consistent man in the feed, and he's able to pick up the trades on Priestahh as well. So Snoopy, again, playing at a lightning pace, doing what he can around the point, and, I mean, he's getting kills literally on every different section of the map. The setup there for Capsidal, now the man responsible for the hill time, leaving the doors open for the moment, but at least you're able to get nades and stuns on the outside. Metal's getting tagged up along the way.
Yeah, everything slowed down just for a second as Heretics look to kind of reposition and hit from different angles. They haven't managed to do it yet. Slasher diving in and out of the hill did not get caught, but Vehicle was there as well. Journey trying to get the pinch for him, and they do. It's a great break by Heretics in the end as they get the bodies into the point where they needed them.
Yeah, the power of the pinch. I mean, that was two different players on Boston trying to look two different directions at the same time. So the storm towards the end is there. Not a terrible hill for Boston at all, but they are still stuck in this situation where they are playing catch up, and that's catch up on the scoreboard as well as the rotation. Still behind the game. Heretics have been on point, making sure they're rotating nice and early.
This is a big break for Boston now. They're trying to commit to it. They're trying to look for these first trades to get out of it. Slasher waiting for Lucky, not able to get anything as he puts bullets down. Medals with that first kill on a Capsidal gives them the advantage, but Snoopy is here, finds two. He is their X factor, and they cannot slow him down. Eventually, they get something going, but Boston still on the back foot.
Yeah, Boston needs something to work on. Again, getting picked apart now just by the Renettis in the feed. But if Boston are struggling, this is a good opportunity to see what they sound like when odds are against them. Let's go to a listen in.
I like it. He's boss. Big ones. He's gonna be on that side, bro. I might some milk truck around. Yeah, might some milk truck around. There's 20. Yeah, one milk truck and beacon. You got it. Top 3. I'm trying to top 3. You're good. I died, bro. You're good. He's top 3. Vic. I'll help you right. Beacon and top 3. Yeah, top 3's weak. Top 3's weak. Top 3. One shot. One beacon. I hear. Top 3, top 3. Top 3. How you doing? Close cut. Yeah, he was. Yo, top before. Look at that. One shot. Low B cut. Jump down. Turn right. Done. Nice. Anytime. Wake up. They're gonna be on you, Preston. He's on the time. He jumped on time. He goes on time. I can't kill him. On time challenge. He's absolute on time. Absolute back time. I'm dead. Big time. I'm clean top brick. I spawn secret. They can be mid-red though. I have your top brick. I jump on low brick. Low brick's gonna be nice. Top right. Journey. One shot. Top fire. Low bridge. And mid lane. There's two at all. I bridge and all. That's funny. Yeah, I spawn here. One's definitely pinched. I'm gonna hold the pinch from back seat, bro. You can push up? They can be grabbed. I'll hold the pinch from secret. Alright. I'm holding grass. I'll have P5. I'll have P5. They can be pillars though. Okay. Can't really see dark. Top 10. Top side.
Boston potentially a little bit frustrated in the inability to get into P1 here. Hedging it all on this rotation though.
Yeah, their comms aren't my favorite, but at least on the rotation, they're calling out what they're watching, where they're going to be watching it from. So this is their opportunity to attempt to get that full 60 and claw their way back into this game. And good damage coming out for the moment, handling the pressure. That initial team kill from the Heretics, slowing the pace down as well.
We're trying to find the right picks. Journey will find one. Looking for the trade. It's not going to happen. Priestahh finds two. And that'll put them on the back foot here as well as a complete wipe. Boston hold their nerve and hold down the lanes.
Yeah, and that just might be the full 60 that you're going to be looking for, unless Metals maybe decides to hit it late. But everybody else on Heretics just posting up, just trying to handle the rotation. Slasher rips Lucky in that moment, so maybe a small opening through the red side of the map, but it is a slow approach for the moment. Vehicle's got his corners covered. Journey has the next mid lane locked down as well. So fantastic kill there for Boston. On the rotation, if they don't have it yet, again, it is going to be a long way to go. Old spawn still coming through because the old time, and actually Metal spawned behind all of Boston, so this might be a sort of dagger situation unless Boston just play a little too fast. But
those gunfights like that, they're gonna have a shot in the back, and here you go. 1 for medals, 2, and well, number 3 could have came around the corner, but Boston will just be so far away.
And now they're throwing up defenses at Vehicle, just holding for his teammates. Eventually going to move out here as well. Heretics about to breach the 200-point mark. There's nothing in the kill feed for Boston. They cannot find a kill on this hill. And Heretics just keep on moving. Vehicle on a 5 spree, but he's also joined by Journey as they are putting down the damage.
Yeah, this has been the hill where they have just been utterly dominant in this game. And I mean, an 80-point difference right now between these two teams. Boston have not showed too many signs of life. And even on that rotation, I know Boston's going to be there first, but Heretics a little quicker than they were expecting. Maybe picking them apart as Vehicle right now is moving. No reaction from Capsidal. I guess the trade does come through, and Boston still are going to get that initial hill time, but they are absolutely having a fight for it.
Yeah, Vehicle actually playing a little bit too hot there, just flies out without reinforcements. But he was feeling it, so he kept moving. Right now, Boston have the fort. Can they try and hold it down? Capsidal is going to get the first one. It's the pinch again, but they don't have it from both sides because the player died.
Well, 1 kill comes from up top. Vehicle, the trade he's looking to get. A little bit of dancing up top from Snoopy, though, and I think a little bit of finesse, yeah, does just enough to take the next man down. So Boston defense holds supreme. They got the street covered as well, but if you're getting those close bridge spawns, yeah, you'll be very quick to get up top. Journey, opportunity to do some damage.
Journey trying to get it through. It's a big win for him as well. Goes for the second. Not going to get it. Snoopy there to save the day. Neither team can obviously win it on to this point. We will go 1 more. Heretics maybe looking to cut their losses and get out of here.
And anytime is a good time, though, for the final 10 seconds. If Heretics can collect an extra few, makes their job just a little bit easier, but they end up falling still on the bridge side of the map spawn. So Boston still a little bit of potential. They get the hill pop first. Now the question is, can you handle the reads in a spicy moment like this? 2 players on the back alley. Cap just full sends. He's going to fall. 2 players jumping over the dumpster.
There they go, trying to get across. Boston, if they hold this, they'll be right back into this game. Pressure coming in from all sides. Heretics looking to try and split the map a little bit. Medals takes down Capsidal. They have the advantage, but they've got to put the squeeze on as well. Journey gets another one. Only 2 left, only 1 left in the hill. It's Priestahh to save them. No! Lucky just gunned his way in, and now Boston have to sprint there with 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a massive foot race. Capsidal trying to hit the movement from up top, but you're just falling into death. Easier reads for Heretics. Boston just could not figure out where that pressure was coming from. Heretics run them over towards the end and put a stamp on the game. Elite performance there for their first look on Karachi.
Yeah, it really was. And most of the way through that game, you got to say, I think the Heretics, they just looked so confident with what they were doing. Almost like their game plan for every single hill is what they wanted to happen. But, I mean, big kills. Vehicle and Journey, I think, really did just outslay them in the middle of that map. And Boston Breach, they just couldn't really get anything going with all 4 players.
Yeah, and there's just like a few moments where the slang really got cranked up as well. I think Vehicle and Journey both outslayed on that first P2 rotation, and that's when it was like a 90-9 game, basically just off the break. And then even the rotation after the fact, it was like a 2 versus 3 hold where I think it was Vehicle and Medals this time that just completely locked it down. Overall, I think it was that back cafe, like on the chicken coop side of the map, that the score for Heretics had to have been 110-0 just about. So 1 hill they were completely dominant, and they got the breaks when they needed on some of the more scrappy ones. So I mean, Heretics are very happy for that though.
Yeah, they certainly are. And as we were speaking about before this series, it puts them in a really good position. Their control has been flawless so far, a game where they've been relying on. The S&D, not too shabby either. So for Boston, it's not just losing map 1, it puts you in a really bad position series-wise. Can they fight their way back here and maybe have a bit of a hotter start? Because that was the real problem for them in this.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I know Priestahh started out maybe 0-4, 0-5. It was maybe the 2nd or 3rd hill before he got on the board at all. So a slow start, certainly not something you can afford. But if you fall in map 1, at least the pace is certainly going to get slowed down into map 2. Terminal will be an interesting one to watch Boston on as well, but you just see a lot of the dancing towards the end. I mean, Heretics, the holds were on point, the breaks were on point, and a nice roar of celebration there from Journey towards the end. 27-15, I'd be happy too.
do. It does feel like Miami Heretics really kind of enjoy it when it gets very, very fast and very, very quick paced. They seem to enjoy kind of turning the tempo up as high as they can, and you have to give them credit as we look over this, the game flow. It is the hills that pay. They're just incredible holds they were able to put down. Really just kind of, we thought it was getting a little bit too close, but they weren't too worried about it as soon as they hit that rotation.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at like hill 6 and 7, it was on hill 6 where Boston just like completely stuffed them. They didn't go score a single point. How does Miami Heretics respond on the next hill? Well, they full 60 it and completely killed the momentum of Boston as well. So a bit of a slow climb, but it really just was those 2 hills, both those back diner where Miami Heretics just too dominant.
Yeah, and that's something they'll definitely keep in the pocket before. I don't think they've had a ton of success when they haven't won that first hard point, but realistically, Miami Heretics, again, looking for more wins here in the Call of Duty League. It has been a question mark when this team joined the league and the players they had picked up. And I think I'm pretty confident in saying that the fans are slowly coming over to their side.
Yeah, it may be an initial moment of confusion, but very happy to just sort of turn that narrative around. And things are looking great, and it is certainly a team where the passion, I don't think is ever going to slow down or cease in any way, shape, or form. So those roars when they get the dubs are going to be a pretty constant thing throughout the year.
Yeah, and I hope so too. It's great seeing them kind of doing well for themselves. On the other side of it, Boston Breach find themselves in a little bit of trouble now as we move into the S&D. Chance, how do you feel about their kind of positioning as they move forward into this one? They have won their last 2 S&Ds.
Well, yeah, and they're going to Terminal. Terminal is a map that I think I like Boston for because it's very much, especially on the defensive side of thing, it's very stagnant. It's post up, get that information, and that is obviously Slasher's bread and butter, and him and Priestahh, I think, is an environment they can thrive in. And then on the offensive side, like, you're happy for any offensive round you win, but a lot of the approaches from the teams, it's sort of working the plane, and that's, of course, a mix fest. You're sliding in and out, doing a bunch of crazy finesse sort of plays. That's the environment for Snoopy and Capsidal, so I think the potential is certainly there, but of course, it's not like Miami Heretics doesn't have lethal threats down the line of their own.
It will be funny enough, the statistics for this one. Miami Heretics have won this map once, Boston have played it once and lost it, so realistically, it would say in favor of Miami, but that's only a very, very small sample size. So it's still up for debate.
Yeah, the smallest is like every statistician would hear that. If you have 1 point of data for each thing, yeah, that's just, I mean, you might be right. It might be completely on point, but we will see. The security bell's going off as well as the stuns and nades maybe rolling through. If you stun a player, that's an opportunity. Speaking of the Mix Fest, by the way, I'm thinking that's Capsidal's environment journey from 27 to 15 in the hard point. Not slowing down at all. Very quick first blood.
Now, can he throw a shoulder here? Because if he will, he'll try to get into the plane. And with that first kill, it opens up completely. Journey's got in as well. Looking for it. Does he drop down? Is he bold?
Here's the bomb. You do not drop down. Unless you get like perfect information from your teammates, you can't die here.
Oh, it was always going to be risky, but he went for it regardless.
There you go. That's the right guy to have in the back of the plane. Lucky should take that one over for sure. You got all your bases covered now. You got the bomb down. You got the man advantage. Massive advantage for Heretics in this round.
Let's see. Slasher gets one though. They're going to try and start the squeeze. Meadows goes for the trade. He does get it, but will fall. 2 versus 2. 29 seconds left to go. Journey tries to get out of there, but he's heavily damaged. Dancing around. Panic. Here he goes. Double chow. It's about to fly. They have to go. 15 seconds. They might not have time. He goes for it as well. Snoopy gets in. Lucky gets one. Has to try and duck down. Lucky. The seats are made out of Kevlar. Will it be enough time? I don't think it is. Lucky would not die.
Oh my God, no. Priestahh didn't get it. He is gonna blow up. There you go at 0.0. That was closer than I thought. It looked like he picked it up at 7.2, but either way, that's a nail-biter call from Lucky to not chow in this moment. Here's the look from Priesth's point of view. And as you call it out, those seats are incredibly durable. Maybe they can withstand a plane crash if they can handle bullets like that.
And we knew the clock was going to be an issue. They wanted that double chow.
Yeah, that's another thing too. That's a good point of like, it did take them an extra 5 or 6 seconds. When they had Journey tagged up one shot in the plane, I thought they were just gonna blitz through and instantly hit the slides. They let him heal up, and they also wait another 3 or 4 seconds before they make the call. So, I mean, 3, 2, 1, go. Maybe it takes a little bit longer than you'd hoped.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just the way it is. You give the clock time to work and it'll work against you. But Capsidal trying to get this one, but he will be taken down by Journey. Another first blood. Heretics now have the advantage. They know where these players are going to be. The nades are raining over.
And not only do they get first blooded, Boston are also trying to win this round without the bomb currently. I mean, no one's even sniffed at the idea of turning around to go back to get it, but Dead Silence is popped, so Snoopy trying to make the play. He is up topping. There's kill number 1, and he gets out with his life, so he's quick with it. Vehicle in a deep pocket of the map, and him and Journey with the gunny. 3 versus 1, and the bomb still has not been touched.
It's a bold play. There's no threat now. Priestahh can't even really pull anybody out of position by having the bomb down. He just has to hope to win a gunfight somehow. And Vehicle is not even worrying. There's just nowhere for him to go. Completely outnumbered. He's throwing bullets everywhere. Journey gets, I think, his 3rd of the round.
Yeah, and I think we might just have our answer for what the default defensive setup might be for Heretics in that situation. That's an incredibly annoying spot from Vehicle. With glass, you cannot be shot through, but you can look through it and you can just play your life forever there in the back. So Vehicle and Journey working together to set each other up for a handful of kills. And that is also 2 rounds in a row where Cap has been first blooded. Got to switch things up and certainly don't want to fall for first blood on another defensive round. The defenses are the ones you really don't want to lose.
Well, for Boston, maybe a bit of recovery here. Can they hold this defense down? Miami Heretics looking to capitalize on what has already been a pretty good game for them.
And this is interesting too. Well, the 2 players that just jumped up on the tree in their spawn, they didn't see anybody cross. Like, no one actually ran to the ramp. You do still have to worry about like the deep back cross, so they didn't exactly have all the information, but a weird opening break for sure. But now we go back to a standard thing, working this B site. Priestahh for the moment. Defender down low. He does have Slasher looking over him, but looks like Heretics slowing things down. They are really playing for that first blood.
Yeah, Miami just testing every single angle they can. And with that smoke down, that may pull Boston in the wrong direction. Capsidal is going to be low here. Control of the plane though for Miami Heretics again.
Well, he's seen 2 crossing. There's the intel coming through. Snoopy with a wall bang potentially. Able to get him. Priestahh with the next one in line and the dance down low. Capsidal can't quite win it. 3 versus 2 though. Bomb down. Not a lot of time left on the clock. And it looks like Boston should be good to take care of business. The sort of mishap there by Capsidal. Not going to hurt him this round.
Might have to go for it, but they will check this. They've got the bodies to check it. They have the opportunity to check it, and Meadows hasn't really gone. He's going to find 1, not the 2nd. I don't think the time was going to be there for him anyway. Boston with the recovery round.
Yeah, and you see the idea as well. Again, they didn't send anybody over towards the plane. Capsidal was a little bit late actually getting in position down low, but they were very happy to sort of give up all that information, let Cap play for the spots. And again, as soon as he's calling players in the airplane, whether they challenge from the cockpit or if they just started moving down the fuselage, as Miles would say, a lot of ARs on Boston looking down. The wall bangs will be aplenty. Not an easy place to survive.
Wow. Boston, that's certainly what they wanted there, and I think even with Capsidal losing that gunfight, at least being in that position, it threw Miami off just enough. This looks like an aggressive push again, this time with a bomb though. Capsidal redeeming himself, flying in with first blood. It has gone back, traded to a 3 versus 3, but they now are in a better position to get this, and it's so many bullets thrown through the pane glass, but with potentially a bomb down here.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, the bomb site is wide open. Priestahh, though, is the man effectively like watching the flank with the bomb. So this is sort of a weird situation. When Slasher loses the gunfight down on the A side of the map, you are worried about your flank in this moment. Boston don't have a lot of intel. Capsidal is in prime position, but it's a delicate spot for sure.
Heretics, every single angle. They need to win one of these to split it. Capsidal's going to see somebody, but no! Ducks underneath him. Lucky finds the first. Boston now have lost their player on the outside. They're going to have to move, and Snoopy, he's gone rogue. He's gone for it as well. It's a great play if he can get it. He finds Lucky as well. Medals will find the first one. 2 versus 1. Snoopy still has the opportunity. He finds one as well. He is moving, he is grooving, and he might just do this. Oh, he has. Snoopy for the clutch, and he gets the last kill as well. Great plays. It takes just fortitude to hit the rotation like he did and find the kills. Magic.
Yeah, no, that is smooth moves too. And that's also mind games in that moment. When Snoopy's in the 1 versus 2 and Veekle's actually, you know, he's defusing the bomb, maybe only a quarter of progression on it. When he gets that first kill, if Veekle sticks on the bomb, he wins that round. But that's the mind games of Snoopy dipping out immediately, being like, look, he's going to go for the close reach out. I know he's near the bomb. If I get out with my life, I can clutch this up. So movement on point. Snoopy 7-3. Tying things up there for Boston, who might be looking aggressive down on the A side. Capsidal dancing with the idea, but he's got the rival 9 just spotting out for information for the moment. The bomb certainly leaning towards the A site.
Here it goes again. Snoopy is going to be the player in the plane. Don't know if they got that hit marker, but Medals goes in, knows the player's there now. They go for the double chow, but Snoopy gets it, but will be traded. Down to a 3 versus 3.
Might try to isolate Slasher here. Yeah, I was gonna say 2 players getting ready to jump out on the steps. Take him down. Now you got the man advantage. Capsidal though on the fast flank. He can get the kill before he gets spotted, and at lightning speed he's able to get 2. Veekle though does make it a 1v1. He's going against Priestahh. He's tagged up and weak. Priestahh knows the bomb's gonna be down, but opposite sides of the map, and cheeky little jump spot there to get some intel, but just through the middle of the plane. Yeah, Javi dancing with the devil.
Oh, does he know he's crossed? I don't think he does. Veekle's wondering. He thinks he's gone the wrong direction. Priestahh going to get perfect timing here. And he does. Gets him off the bomb. They're both going to go for this chow. They're going to go for it. Veekle says yes. All right, then let's have it. If you won't let me put the bomb down, I'm going to have to gun you instead. That was wild.
That's insane. Priestahh does everything right until the final second and just gets gunned. I think Priestahh might have read it too. It looks like he might have been L-triggered waiting for the plane push, but Veekle just a little bit too fast on the call. So I think Priestahh's thinking of like, all right, I've got the guy tagged up. I give it an extra like 2 seconds, then I fly into the bomb and chow. But again, you talk about those sort of mind games. In the round before, it's Snoopy that makes that like instant call to back down from the challenge. Veekle goes chasing. He ends up losing it. That time Veekle jumps the gun. It's the perfect timing, and you got that round advantage. Capsidal gets the first blood, but traded out 3 versus 3 on terminal. The kills being exchanged all over the map. Players right now are challenged.
They've pushed them right back though. Heretics have got an interesting setup. Technically watching both crosses. I think you can get out the window there and they won't see it maybe, but I don't know if Boston are going to expect this.
The goal right now is for either player, whichever side they cross on, just get the tags in. Like if someone crosses in front of Medals, probably not going to go for the kill if they're just sliding across. But if the angle's good enough and he does some damage, Veekle should have an easy cleanup.
Problem with the trade, Veekle doesn't have a lot of places to go. Here he goes. There's the first one. Medals has called it. Veekle might look for the bomb here. That's exactly what he might do. Can he get there in time? Doesn't get it before the plant, and he doesn't get the kill. He did a lot of trouble, doesn't win the gunfight either. And the strategy has not worked.
Well, if you got a guy that has 8 kills already just through 6 rounds on board, clutch potential is going to be there. Snoopy jump count as well. He's made moves down low. Do you chase the guy that's one shot, or do you play off the time? You chase it, you kill him, you don't give him any hope. Snoopy getting that final kill in the interesting setup in the 2 versus 3. I think the idea was there, but as you pointed out, it is just a tough spot. Like, you're assuredly going to get traded even if you get one. So Boston execute, take care of business, and talk about Medals lighting up the kill feed on one side. Snoopy already double digits, and we're just past the halfway point of this round, or game rather.
Yeah, and it has felt like a wild S&D. Just so many things that could go wrong, and as soon as teams hit, it just seems to up the tempo completely for both of them. And I also say, I did see a kind of an adjustment here from Boston on the defense. They've moved Slasher in place of where Capsidal was playing. Capsidal's now sitting around B.
So it is, yeah, a pure 2-2 split on the defensive end. And right now, certainly the bomb, again, leaning towards the plane. That's what Heretics have favored, and we'll see exactly how Boston handle it. It's not as many ARs looking down, going for the wall bangs, but Snoopy's been good from this spot just to get that first blood. He has been traded out, and I think Slasher's down low, so I think there actually is a lot of pressure on Snoopy. Snoopy has to get one. Actually, never mind. Slasher is up top. But you know the play's about to happen.
A double stacked as well. Slasher just overwatching Snoopy. Cannot get into that point, and they go for the win. And Boston read Miami like a book. You're going to have to figure out something else.
Yeah, no, that's good comms. Too much time to work with. Everybody on Boston getting in position. I thought for a moment if Slasher was down low, like looking at the windows, then there might be an opportunity to slide on Snoopy, because that was the setup they had a few rounds before. They make the adjustment. The adjustment pays off. Heretics approach the situation in the exact same way. Slasher, the new addition to that equation, shuts him down, gets the 2-piece.
Yeah, they weren't expecting it. You can see that they kind of went for the chow. They thought Snoopy might be in the same place. They weren't ready for Slasher to be overlooking. And now for Boston, if they can find an attacking round, they'll be in a really good position. Already see that bomb. He's on Priestahh. He's just having a little bit of a shoulder, not committing.
I mean, you're taking a poke, taking a gander, looking for a double chow, see if anybody will overcommit just a little bit, but Heretics have certainly stagnated on defense. Number 6, Lucky, wrapping all the way back around. I mean, they did leave the plane open. Metals is in a spot where he can get a little bit of intel, but I mean, Heretics are going to be playing off the information that they get. Boston haven't made a move just yet, and more noise being made over towards A, but keep in mind, Priestahh has the bomb around Røkkr, so it's going to be a hike if they start making moves by plane.
Oh, and Lucky will find Snoopy. Snoopy just commits a little bit too far. Capsidal gets away with just 2 health. But they're panicking now. 30 seconds left to go. That bomb is in library or bookstore, and they have to commit to it. Capsidal jumps out the window. Metals is in trouble. It guns Slasher as well. Slasher was not ready, and it is now all over. Boston played the time looking for a pick, but they found nothing.
And for Metals, I was going to say, this spot is fantastic, and also, is that a 2? Maybe need a VRA or VAR. I don't watch soccer. I apologize. Review on that. But either way, the spot is disgusting. The 2-piece will get you the round. I'll leave the review to the experts, but you got the defensive round that you needed to even up those odds. And again, for Heretics, even just the pick Lucky gets on Snoopy, I believe it was, in the middle of the map. I saw Snoopy's reaction to the player cam. Never even saw him. Just a bunch of bullets land on his face from downrange. Again, Lucky is a absolute threat in search and destroy.
Miami, maybe a different strategy here. It's still going to be towards the A side. They are flying out, looking for it, but this is a gunfight. They find the first one. Metals gets it. The trailers come through. Lucky trying to overwatch. Oh, Journey's in trouble. There's the stun. There's the nade. There's the slasher.
Wow. Oh, that's on point. He was just in a very specific spot, but the stun sniffs him out. Now 2 players just going to be turtle up inside the plane. Priestahh is pretty out of the picture. He's watching the rotation like back over towards A, so you do have a 2v2 right around the bomb site, but that does make it easier, and you see a little bit of slow pace. Priestahh starting to make moves as well, so that potential 2v2 now gone. Boston, they got the extra man.
Oh, he's going across as well. Slasher still, does he commit? See him, Vehicle turned away. Slasher might be able to just sneak in here and get the kill. No! The worst timing ever. Back to a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, it's the hesitation. Look at the 2 players, though. Simpy going on a flank, and Vehicle lets him through in the nick of time, but it's the same situation where players are getting baited into death. They keep ending up in between them. And Priestahh finds himself in the exact same spot. 3 players putting themselves in a pinch. Nobody delivers for the big play except for Miami. Getting it done. That is a Vamos round, and that is Vehicle again. Him and Lucky making plays.
I think the Boston coaching staff just threw up in their mouth. That was 1 by 1, and no luck on their side either. Just a bullet or 2 more, and they may have been able to save that round, but it wasn't pretty to watch.
No, it was painful seeing 3 players effectively do the exact same thing. Not good, but I mean, props to Vehicle on the repositioning as well. Like, not even staying in the plane, but dipping out back just a little bit further. So heads up in the moment, and maybe a default setup again in S&D. And not even default. I guess with the information they got from the stuns, that's a very quick rotation from Vehicle back over towards the plane. Obviously, not a lot of action taking place. A similar map spread. This time, though, Priestahh, instead of being at Røkkr, it's going to be Slasher in that area, so the bomb leading towards blind.
Oh, Capsidal in trouble, though. Somehow gets it away. What on earth is going on? Capsidal was just flown through the middle of the map after taking hits. It's actually in a better position because the first blood goes to Boston.
Yeah, just baits him out, I guess, just a little bit. I don't think that was the game plan, but you'll take what you can get. And if you get that first blood over towards that B site, you see the bomb getting called to rotate straight on over there. I think a lot of players right now in Boston learning new angles in the back of the map, and lucky that's not the player he was looking for, but it's the player he found. Boston's still the man advantage. You gotta clutch this 3v2.
Battle's gonna commit to this completely, finds one, dumps out of it. They get off the bomb as well. Nico is not in a position. This bomb will go down without his presence. A 1 versus 2.
He knows where one player is, and he knows where one player was. But he's waiting for Boston to make a mistake, and maybe Cap just gave it to him, or Cap actually spots him down low, so everybody has the information.
And he wins the gunfight as well, and you know what? Vigo actually had the right idea. He was waiting for Capsidal to show. Unfortunately, COD timing, Capsidal did not show for a few seconds, and Vigo's like, I've got to go at some point. Capsidal's, yeah, just checking his angles. And the rival 9 up close is going to beat that most of the time.
That's a ridiculous round from Capsidal, too, because I don't think that was the game plan for how that started out, but he just ended up one shot, just hit the full send forward, and ends up turning out into a bait for Priestahh to get a frag kill through the hallway. So Capsidal making the best of the mixiness in that situation. We got ourselves a round 11, and we have said it quite a few times, Boston, this is a series that they need. They really want to get this round 11 win.
Heretics on the attack. Haven't committed towards playing this time. Capsidal just throwing the shoulders. Doesn't have to commit, doesn't have to do too much of anything.
Dancing with the devil, man. Cap maybe half HP in that moment. Slide back across. Can't quite catch him. More nades running out, and you see that dance he's doing, baiting out quite a bit of utility from Heretics, so they have a little bit less if they want to try to breach the plane. That's the exact same setup Boston were running just a few rounds before. It was Slasher that picked up the 2, and I think Heretics maybe don't want to deal with it. They are rotating quickly over towards B, and maybe find the opening as well, but Capsidal closes it in their face.
And they're terrified of that plane. They don't want to go there again. It hasn't worked out for them. Lucky trying to get in position. Snoopy already finds Journey as well. Boston flying high, sitting pretty. Wait a minute, it goes back to a 2 versus 2, but the bomb, he's miles away. 24 seconds left to go. Lucky has to sprint towards this one. He's been caught. They know where he is. He's been stunned. Snoopy is dancing. Slasher is watching, and it will be over. There's no way out of this situation for him.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing you can do. Fly forward, you're going to get spotted. You know you're getting chowed on the cross, and Boston have done it. The round 11 win just to tie this series up. Could have been a devastating map and a devastating round 11. Pays off for them. The ice is finally there.
And that was it. Comes down to the defense, and I thought maybe, just maybe, when they got it back to a 2 versus 2, but the bomb being so far away, basically just had to throw themselves onto their guns and hope. Wasn't going to happen. Big plays from Snoopy for the majority of that one. Cap still came alive in the last few rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Snoopy was like, he had double-digit kills, I think, by round like 7 maybe, or 8. So him and Metal's a little bit toe-to-toe, but towards the end, it's the first blood battle that truly ended up making the difference. That's going to be 7 there for Boston compared to the 4 of Miami Heretics. And granted, still a close game, but certainly helps when he bounced back like Capsidal. Again, early on, he was getting picked off, got first blooded in the first 2 rounds. Certainly turned things around.
They haven't. But Boston, we said before, an absolute must win. Going into the control, it is flawless for the Miami Heretics. And they're probably a little bit upset about that one. A couple of clutch rounds, but Boston also threw their share of rounds away as well.
Yeah, a tough one indeed. Again, maybe not the best Call of Duty on the day, but certainly the most competitive I think we've seen in High Rise. I think Bryce is going to live up to the expectations.
I hope so too. Well, Control is calling. High Rise is next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break for more action of the Call of Duty League. Boston Breach, Miami Heretics. We'll be up right after this.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is all tied up here with Boston Breach and Miami Heretics going at it like a heavyweight slugfest. But now control is on the cards, and chance, it looks good for Miami, but can Boston upset the scales?
I mean, look, you've mentioned the records, but we've seen each of these teams play this map a single time. So I think there's still a lot to be learned and controlled generically, and especially because it's been such a long break. Not that this map changed at all, but you have a few extra weeks to get some reps in. And I also think it's a map where you can just sort of have a hard carry performance. I know the one Kenny had certainly stands out, where you just have one player dropping bombs, makes your life that much easier to go and set up some of these spawn traps. So a lot of pop-off potential on both teams right now. See if anyone decides to have a takeover game. Priestahh gets that first blood, and on defense, that is a very lovely sight.
As well, Metal's running down here as well. Not going to win that gunfight. It's hard to get out of a sprint with an MCW and still win it. You can see at the moment they're just playing for a bit of positioning here. At the moment, it's all Boston in the kill feed.
Yeah, Journey, though, he's going to try to soften up the push just a little bit, but as he falls, you see it is 3 green arrows all on different sections of the map, and you have Snoopy. Nice little 4-0 start. I know he's a Rival 9 player, but the MCW looks good as well. All bangs on point. That kid can track.
You know what? I think the Snoopy player is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Great in the cartoons as well.
Yeah, certainly been a kind of a standout here for Boston. And I'd love to see it, but at the moment, Vigo has slipped the net a little bit. You can see all of Boston converging on him. They will eventually fall down. It has been a great start for Boston. Miami Heretics down to 15 lives already, not got anything going.
Yeah, and anytime you're off spawn, running the underground routes from the jump, not ideal. If you're team nading, not ideal, but the underground route from Journey has at least got him towards the enemy spawn. You see him picking up kills in the feed, but that just alleviates a little bit of pressure. Capsidal, though, still in position to make the move, but gets caught jumping into the point. Heretics finally a little bit of life, but of course you have to get the trophy player near the hill or the nade's gonna land on your face. 10 seconds left on the clock. Boston in prime position to shut this round down.
They're looking for it as well. They're going to full send for it, trying to get every player in. Just shut it down. 8.7 seconds left to go. Couple of kills going for them as well. Snoopy dives into the point. He gets 1 kill and stays alive. Just will not die. Snoopy gets another 9 and 3. Dancing, prancing, and killing. The Heretics don't know what to do with him, and they shut down this defensive round with 1 tick.
Yeah, and that is just a nightmare of a performance right there from Snoopy. I mean, he starts off 5-0. You're getting wall banged in your spawn. Is how some of these players on Heretics were dying, and he really didn't slow down. Every single life he had, he was getting some pretty solid production out in the mix. I think he might have just had a double-digit first round.
Well, that is a huge outlay. And I'll be honest with you, I think it all went for Miami on the break. Like you said, they just never had a good time as soon as they got pushed back into spawn. And Boston were more than happy to accommodate them, saying, all right, we'll just keep killing you, keep you staggered. And when you talk about staggered, it's a very important thing in Call of Duty. If you can get the enemy team unable to coordinate a good push, it's never going to work, but Snoopy is actually ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, shots like that will certainly help you stagger. I mean, he certainly had the team shots coming through, but completely on point as well, and schmoving. I mean, he doesn't care if he doesn't have the Rival 9. He'll still move at lightning speed. Players getting funneled through. He gets tagged up from the deep right side of the map. You see the sort of power position being used. If you're able to get in this spot, it's fantastic. You can do some damage. You are relatively safe, and you go for the trades if the players get nearby. Sasha trades it out. Second tick nearly through on B. And keep in mind, Snoopy, progress in I as well.
Snoopy is eventually going to fall, though. But it has been good for Boston so far. They just need to keep it mixing. Priestahh going to try and stay alive and get a kill, but a little bit of a wobble onto Journey. It's not going to pay out for him, and now Capsidal staying alive. I think he's been seen as well, but still going to win the gunfight. That is ridiculous. Lucky will eventually get him as they now try to push Boston back into the spawn.
Ooh, that might be the extra kill right there on Slasher, too, to really sort of set up the spawn trap. We've seen this position from the flip side. Well, maybe now Lucky's turn, and maybe he just kills his teammate, but the damage was certainly there. Most aggressive players on the map just getting picked apart. The coverage, the team fire, everything singing sweet on defense. Boston right now struggling to get back out of their base.
They are. A little bit of a break potential. Maybe just get on to A, stop the clock, but you can see actually it's going to be Capsidal going underneath. They just need a good trade here. Lucky trying to stay alive, but no, Capsidal flies in. It's a big kill for him. Doesn't get the second. Snoopy will reinforce Journey coming in through as well. And Boston throwing everything but the kitchen sink as they desperately try to get back on the point.
Yeah, that little disappearing act from Journey might pay off long term. Just jumping off the backside of B. Still got the frags as well. And I didn't see a trophy hit marker on the point, but I didn't see a hit marker at all. But you're just going to do this with the gun. Journey sliding straight in. Clear out one corner. You've narrowed it down. You get the chow, and you got the help. Defense right now looks like it might just reign supreme. Boston, 10 seconds left in the round.
They couldn't get that second tick. That would be the real issue for them. They wanted it desperately. Maybe one last roll of it. They're going to have to die for A if they want to stop the clock, and they don't do it. And it's just one tick for Boston.
Yeah, I think the player on A might have just been like standing on top of the propane tank because he was in the dead center of the hill. So maybe jumping off the helipad just a little bit too late towards the end. But either way, that's just a nice job stabilizing by the Heretics, because off the opening break, Boston had plenty of pressure. Players on both the points, you know, Capsidal with the rival 9 in the little power position on the hill. And as soon as though they got control of the map, never looked back. Heretics keeping things nice and clean.
And you know what? I thought after that first round, I thought Boston might have just had the advantage for it, but it's never going to be that way. These teams are too close. Lucky, though, with a great first blood that time. Now they're moving forward at some pace. Another kill or another trade, and it might go to the way that Miami Heretics can capitalize very, very quickly. You can already see Journey crawl on that belly. Get away, son.
He really is. He's got a couple different arrows looking at him too. So an interesting little spot. You slow the time down just a little bit. Journey falls in the meantime, but 2 players on the stack, and I mean, they're cornered up. That's 3 down in their favor. Snoopy's the last one alive, and Snoopy, terrifying sight. You see, you're attempting to trade. He is not easy to kill. He actually does enough to bait out Metals to death. So stop the time just for a moment, but obviously on offense, you really want the pressure. You want the spawn kills as well. That's 3 down. This is Journey's time to shine.
He's looking, can he keep them off the respawn? That's a huge win though by Capsidal on the other side of it. It means Miami cannot look all in the same direction. Johnny knows still doing damage, finds a second one. Pistol looks for the third, gets out of there as well, just playing his life. Being a problem, Capsidal will eventually fall for Boston. And now B point is secured.
Yeah, his time to shine, and he is trying to make that work. That is number 4 now in a row, getting out with his life and looking for the rechow. One zone has been captured. His team right now, more progress over towards A as well. They've gotten past helipad. Journey is still alive in your spawn, a kill away from the cruise, and his teammates are picking up the kills as well. Journey is the problem right now on the map.
They are farming Boston, and they have the time to do it. Now, if all Miami got to do is trade, they trade, they win this. They don't even have to get on the point. But unfortunately, Capsidal already comes through with it. It's been a huge effort there from Journey.
You got to keep in mind too, because especially the work of the entire team, not just Journey. 16-10 on lives in 1 minute and 20. Boston do have to be a little bit careful. You can't afford to die too fast. Maybe try to slow the pace down just a touch and read the guys on the outside. There you go. Couple big wins. That's exactly what Boston needs.
Oh, that is perfect from them. Still a minute left to go, but they have stopped that bleed completely. Miami can no longer rely on trades. They have to get out of the point. Journey's going to call it in here, hoping for reinforcements or at least to call people out, and he's going to get 1. Slasher will fall.
He's got the information for the second. Capsidal is going to fall based off the intel. Snoopy down low, tagged up, stunned. Someone's going to trade him. There you go. 1 cruise ends up getting you 3 kills. Now the pressure on A. 5 lives remaining for Boston.
4 lives remaining. Flawless from here out. Well, Heretics will take this control, and they do manage to get 2 as well. Time could be an issue, but unfortunately the lives are going to play first. Wow. Only 1 left, and Heretics will win this attack. It is all but written in unless Priestahh suddenly ascends. I just don't think it's going to wait a minute. It's never over till it's over. He's dancing, but surely outnumbered and outgunned will fall eventually.
Yeah, that snap from Lucky towards the end, by the way. He killed Slasher on the cross in like the back right window and then just beams. I think it was Snoopy, the sort of next man in line. So beams on point there from Lucky. Teamwork and coordination absolutely there. And Heretics take full advantage of that like one spawn trap opportunity. Journey able to get in your base, and that's a moment if he only gets 1 or 2, it's not the best. He ends up getting 6, and it's the cruise missile that ends up winning them the round. So heroic plays on offense. Heretics the advantage in the control.
And now for Boston, this was always going to be a problem for you. The control from Miami has been their strong suit, but you find yourself down. Can they have a good break? Capsule with the first one. That's what they wanted, and Capsule with the second.
Yeah, he's terrifying too. I think he had a bit of a delayed start as well to kill the guy shooting in the back underground, and he's having some schmoove moves to get the rest of the picks. Him and Priestahh working very well together, and Vehicle right now on defense, the only man in a power position, needs to slow some players down, and he's ripping heads. He's going to do exactly that. That is a 7 spree now for Vehicle. He's got a cruise missile of his own. Now, Priestahh is spawn killing on the flip side, and Vehicle again is the last man alive. He's been making the big plays. He's got to let it ride. There's number 8. So his teammates are getting spawn killed. He's doing everything he can to keep him alive. Finally, he falls, but you see how much work he's done. Now he's got Journey just fighting his way to get out of the base.
Yeah, at least this time they have made it out. That B is going to go to Boston. It's been contested for just a few seconds, but it should go through. Wait a second, they get it. And then they go for the kills as well. Boston here have got an opportunity.
They get the trades as well. I was going to say, you can see Vehicle, you know, sort of feeling that a player was going to be out of B Street. They at least trade Priestahh in that moment. Capsidal, though, he's worked himself out towards A. Now, there's a player right now for Heretics, either top helicopter or just behind him, so you can jump on the hill whenever you want. See how good the coordination is. Not great for the moment. Finally, the trades come through for the helicopter player. Snoopy looking to get him, and he's going to do exactly that. Still, though, just a trade fest. Priestahh getting the information. Hasn't gotten a kill just yet.
So much time left to play in this one. Heretics are burning lives. 12 left for them, and Priestahh will gun. He's 23 and 18 at the moment on a 2-string, and they're moving towards it. This might actually be a stack. Look at the amount of players going for it. Can they get the bodies on? Vehicle is committing. Are the trophies down? Are the nades out for it? It's going to get 2 as well. That's huge for them to try and stay alive into this. But with 2 points already down and a minute 27 left to play, are Heretics made of sterner stuff?
Well, they're also down on lives too. Well, now they've reduced it just to another 3, but you have to be perfect for this single tick. One player caps it in 7.5 seconds. If you stack it, it's going to fall in, what, 2 or 3. You got to play keep away in Snoopy. Well, you can't keep him away. He's in your base.
Snoopy, this will be the difference here. If he can just keep them off, keep them staggered, keep them going down. And there we go. They're committing now. Boston have the advantage. Players coming off a respawn. They get everybody down. This is surely done. Even with that kill, there's too many players onto the point, and that is an offensive round win.
That's a big win for the response as well. You burn the cruise missile that Vehicle was able to get, and honestly, that was a fairly dominant round on offense as well, because if Vehicle doesn't go on the 8 spree at the start of that round, you'd have lost a lot sooner. And that on top of the cruise missile, and you still take the L. Boston right there really felt their groove, and they're going to have the stride going into the potential final round. Well, you say potential final round. I'm pretty confident it will be.
Yeah, I mean, replays happen, so...
Okay, well, yeah, that's why I didn't say guarantee. Pretty confident, though.
Well, let's see. Both teams have shown us great offense and defense. This time it will be Boston on the defense. Can Heretics rely on another big play from Journey?
Oh, wow. I mean, maybe the play from Journey is what they're going to need, because the opening break doesn't go well for Heretics. The nade coordination coming through, and Capsidal, by the way, I think we've only highlighted maybe one of his plays that I've noticed, but in the meantime, dude has 29 kills, so he's been frying all map long. The scatteredness over the mix of the map, Vehicle sort of behind enemy lines, but Boston enough pressure on defense there, feeling like they're in a pretty good spot.
Dashy just playing his life, getting up for another re-chow. Happy for it, but Metals finds 2. Break here for Miami. Vehicle will get Snoopy out of the spawn as well. An opportunity to take some map control here. Maybe not just to get through, as Capsidal will be standing on the way. Goes for the second one as well. Not able to get it, but it will be picked up. Slasher is going to fall off of the map getting it, but it's still good for Boston.
I don't think he fell. I think the propane tank, the ever so classic exploding him. But either way, he'll be out of the mix for a second. They might not need him, because Snoopy and Priestahh out here doing damage on one side of the map. Capsidal spawn killing on the other. A nightmare situation right now for Heretics. Again, just desperately trying to get out of their spawn.
Yeah, they're having a problem now because it's a bit frantic. They don't have an opportunity to set up. They don't have an opportunity to get these players off the spawn. And Boston have made this look simple. Slasher just going to play his life now as the time ticks away. Snoopy got his trade regardless. And with 7 seconds left to go, Heretics need a miracle. They need something, but it is not to be found. Back to the respawn you go. And that'll be a Boston Breach win.
Yeah, and that is a Boston Breach slammage in those final 2 rounds as well. Heretics sort of pop off again. Journey making the big plays to get that offensive win. Boston respond instantly and really just flip the switch there on high rise. So there goes that control stat, Bryce, unfortunately for you, straight out the window. Boston making that
good for a second.
No, 100%. Hey, look, Heretics are playing incredibly well. Their teamwork is on point. When they good in good situations, they take full advantage. It's just you see in the kills column towards the end, a little bit more fun was had. I mean, Snoopy popped off in the first round, might have technically slowed down a little bit, but still had a very strong game. And Capsidal in the meantime, 32 and 22, having an absolute field day. And even like the opening breaks, I think for Boston were pretty on point. Like round number 1 on defense they had in the final round as well. They just have the nade coordination, the first blood's rolling through. They get a stranglehold on the map, and I mean, again, just clinical after that.
I think what probably happened for me, I think Boston Breach adjusted to the tempo Miami want to play at. Miami love a fast-paced game, and Boston eventually just went, all right, let's do it then. And they just got straight mixy with him. Capsidal seemed to be in his element in the second half of that one. Flying everywhere, movement just got slicker. And then, you know, they just found themselves a little bit outclassed.
Yeah, I mean, sort of like not necessarily moving around the map the fastest. There's a few player in that conversation, but certainly on like the POV being twitchy kind of speed, Snoopy's cracked. Like this man is doing everything. It is headshots just like from maximum distance. You can see even when he's losing the gunfights, like when he's getting traded out, he is still able to dish out so much damage along the way. Make his teammates' life that much easier, but it seemed like a lot of players on Boston hit their stride. Even Priestahh really found his groove there in that game.
And that's what they want. Boston want this win, and it has been a very close series. We knew that coming into it realistically. These two teams look like they could be fighting all year. Hardpoint close. Miami managed to just get that one out, but then a 6-5 in the SD and a 3-2 in the control. And I'm sure next map as well will probably be close, Chance.
Absolutely, and I think Heretics are going to be pretty happy to see Invasion as well. I mean, it is a map. I think Nameless mentioned it. They seemingly have one of the deeper map pools in the game. Granted, I think a few of the teams at the top not necessarily flexing it just yet, but Heretics happy to play on a lot of them. Invasion, they are no stranger to. It's going to be interesting, though, with Boston shooting back like this, because I mean, again, the one win Boston has, the one series where they really hit their stride, they took down Toronto. So again, when these guys at their peak, you see what like Snoopy and Capsidal can do. Absolutely electric stuff. So they are not fun to deal with when they're in a good mood, but refocused up, getting ready to go into this map 4. We'll see if they can handle it.
Don't know if I can. I did say it was going to be a slugfest, and that was. As we move into this next map, I hope everybody's still got a little bit of gas left in the tank, because I'm sure it's going to be mixy as well. But I'm going to ask you a chance, going to put you on the spot. Which team do you think wins this one?
On Invasion, honestly, the gut check is Heretics, because I have more sustained trust in them in the hard points over the course of time. Even the last time we saw Boston Breach play this map, they played it well and just sort of screwed up a situation literally on the final hill and ended up getting punished. But the only thing that really makes me hesitate to outright say Heretics is just because that map was just like disturbingly good from Boston. Every single player seemed to hit their stride. So a team that has struggled with sort of inconsistencies in the slang department, if all 4 are shooting, I think Boston might actually have the edge. So that's like the best dodge I can have to say Boston in the end. There you go.
Went back and forth, but you got there in the end. All right. Let's see if that is a reality for them. Both teams looking quite calm here. Obviously have been feeling the pressure. No smiles either side. Just team talks, fist bumps, and absolute laser focus. Ready to go to war once again.
Yeah, and these players going to get back in the swing of things. I mean, this is a moment for Heretics again, where their sort of resolve might be tested just a little bit. It's not being down 2-0, but certainly back against the wall on map point. They've delivered in the past to force it to go the distance. Looking to do the same once again. Still got to be worried about the nightmare, though, that is Snoopy and Capsidal as a duo. Again, on high rise, absolutely running the show. Got to keep them contained and really want to be strong right from the jump because the opening breaks on every single round of control as well. Boston had just that ever so slight edge.
Well, let's see who wins this one. Both teams about to head into the mixer. Of course, keep your eye on the rotation and the positioning for these. You're going to have Boston that get there first.
Yeah, and Snoopy doing a good job of just that little chow, getting the information, see if any players are crossing. He's not necessarily looking for the kill, but just to see if they do cross. But they did indeed, so you get that early few seconds because of the closer spawn. You get picked apart after the fact, and effectively a retake there from the Heretics as they have already flipped the spawns, already gotten control of the hill. That is the opening break they were looking for.
Look at this Snoopy. They're trying to fly in as well. Just don't give him any more time, and he's going to find two, and that looked like he locked on. Snoopy is still setting pace.
Yeah, that's also a moment where you see the red dot, you know he's behind you, and as you're turning, he's just sliding in front of your face. So a spooky player indeed. Very tough to keep track of, and even dance around the tank and pillars. You got his teammates coming in for the flank. He might fall, but you at least get the pressure on the time. So a slight lead in the rotation one. Boston right now in control of the game.
Capsidal just setting up, waiting for them. I don't know if they've got a trophy down on to this point yet. You can see Priestahh and Capsidal just overlapping, trying to lock down this from every single angle. Snoopy flies in, and that allowed for the trade.
Slasher gets caught as well. He actually spotted Lucky right there, potentially going for the flank, and that's why you see a couple players jumping out of the hill. So until the guys come off spawn, that's why you're just giving up white time. But this is a lot of time to be given up. So if you're staying off for a few seconds, got to make sure you get the kills. They deliver, they get the wipe, and that final 25 seconds assuredly going to go their way and buys them a good bit of time to work the rotation as well. They're not in a hurry here. And if you can break the Showers Hill, you really are going to put the pressure on Heretics.
Snoopy not happy he missed that jump. Now trying to recover. Vigor will find two as well. Snoopy going to be on a bit of an island here. Will eventually find the first. Gonna just stay alive. Goes for the chest. Snoopy has no fear of anybody. He had 21 health.
Yeah, nah, he is challenged for sure on a force spree as well. So keep that in the back of your mind as he was trying to work with Capsidal up the map. And the question is, do you play for the kill or do you look for the time? He's playing for the kill, but Lucky might have just made some nice moves, reflanking through the middle of the map. Slows the pace down just a little bit. Pistol out. That's good enough for him. That's number 5.
Snoopy is really moving on a completely different tempo to everybody else. Eventually will fall. Capsidal just trying to stay alive himself, waiting for reinforcements to come through as Boston have managed to get into that point.
Oh, hello. Yeah, Cap just doing a little dance too. Some arrows passing by each other, a little bit awkward, but Heretics come out on top. If I'm Snoopy here, you heal up and go for the chow, or well, maybe you don't get the opportunity to. Either a good comp from Lucky or maybe a foot poking through the wall, but the wall bang runs through, scrap time collected in a potentially stabilized game. I mean, this is the rotation that really is going to set you up for success, and that is the kills coming through from Heretics. That is the bodies on the point from Heretics. Again, effectively tied up. Heretics will take the lead. It's a delicate moment for Boston. You want to make the break, and you do not want to lose spawns.
This is what they're going for. Journey finds the first one, stays alive as well. You are right. For Boston, this all balances on a knife edge.
Wow.
If they can get in, great. If they can take the time, fantastic. But do not give up Palace.
That is dangerous, but everybody's coming off respawn, so Palace is going to be in firm control. But right now, the actual break, I mean, this is looking like it might be a true blue full 60 right here for Heretics. Priestahh doing what he can, but he's falling into pre-fire. Doesn't matter, still delivers the kill. So the man inside the hill feeling the pressure, and Journey does get caught. You see players as well. Number 3, Slasher rotates over towards Palace. He's posted up, so you handle the Palace rotation, and you get the break on time. Heretics do have a lead, but we're rolling into the full 60 hill. Boston certainly in a good spot.
Oh, Priestahh is going to get taken down. Stopping the scrap time there for Boston. And Boston will have to just make sure they lock this in for 60.
Yeah, and Capsidal just gets to roam as well. Go for a little pump checks back and forth. Or the beatdown. You'll take whatever you can get. Does get traded out, but you're just going to see how far away these Heretics players are going to be spawning. Not a lot of options of where they can go. Snoopy by fall, but the trade is instantaneous. Everybody else funneled through the A Street side of things, and you try to cross, you at least get stunned. Journey, though, with a small opportunity. That gets closed in your face. All these SMG players, hyper aggressive, flanking through mid, picking you apart along the way.
And even that, Snoopy just finds a third capsule, hits the wall bang as well, and look at them just fly about this map now. They know they've locked it down. They wanted the full 60, they've got it.
Oh my God,
Snoopy
dude.
and Capsidal are moving at light speed.
They can't kill him. They cannot kill him. Snoopy is frying right now. Baking up the Spaniards. He is 21-9. Slasher and Priestahh literally have their feet up.
There's no way he should be able to just
They can't
keep
kill him.
doing what he's doing. A 5 streak, 22-9. Players take note. This man is a menace. There's a 6 streak. Switching guns, switching everything, getting the time on the hill. And you are right. The rest of the team are probably like, you are taking our kills, mate, just so you're aware.
Dude, and it's a nightmare too, because if you're Heretics, you start killing everybody else, you get near the hill, Snoopy's like sort of that final line of defense. He's the scariest one to fight. And now his teammates are actually picking up the kills, so his 6 spree just turns into a P1 lockdown. You finally get near, and finally, someone takes him down. The first gunfight Snoopy's lost in a long time, and maybe good enough to get that break as well. 25 seconds, good time for Heretics to collect, but on that rotation, Slasher, a dicey spot, only has 6 kills. Just got to stay long and alive enough for Snoopy to get in the mix, and that's actually exactly how it pans out.
Beagle finds 2 though. Slasher has to back off. A little bit of a back pedal. But if they can find some good time here, Boston will be in lethal range. And the Slasher just holding steady. Got to be pure ice here. The reinforcement but surely trickling in. And now for Heretics, it gets a little bit dicey, a little bit fraught. Let's find out, though, how they are feeling in the comms with the Miami Heretics. Listen in.
Conector un tiro.
Salimos mal.
Contigo. Conector Capsidal.
Les hace uno mal, Alex. Voy a buscar el punto rápido.
Mal, yo también.
Está pollo tocadísimo. Slasher tocado y otro pollo. Pollo si tanque B2.
Pollo no te lo veo.
Pollo tocado, tenemos que abrir.
Están en la izquierda.
El núcleo izquierda ahora. Vamos para la derecha.
Hay que ir a la izquierda, chaval. Yo no me domo, Snoopy, ¿me ayudas con él?
Sí, ya me domo.
Toca un tiro muerto, bajón. Aguanta, Rosita,
Te tengo una echar.
Se va para atrás, el lado derecho. Stun.
Estoy jugando yo al 7 ya rápido.
Un titral, Priestahh, son 2. Son 2 izquierda, chaval.
Buscamos a Snoopy.
No, que no flanque la barra este tío.
Estoy metido al 7 yo, ¿vale? Podéis jugar por Londres con la derecha.
No lo veo.
Flanquea Kitchen.
Pasa, tío.
Venga, buscas Priestahh, creo
no,
que era
pues
que...
Snoopy, buscamos a Snoopy.
Sí, pero...
Vale, Snoopy está en color en carretera, chavales.
Algo mal, Palacio yo.
No, el crop, pero...
Vais a intentar
Puedo
buscar
flanquear de carretera yo, si me dais tiempo, ¿vale?
Vale, pero me pueden venir por ambos lados.
Tirando barra.
En el third glitch muerto. Tenemos el lado de nuestro lado, el de bar.
Pinchean,
El elevator. Luego piña el elevator.
Kitchen.
Que la meten por el cara,
Han tirado, tienes trophy, Javi, han tirado racha.
Sí, tengo... Uno atrás. Estoy ya,
flanquea uno, flanquea Stun. Vuelve para atrás, vuelve para Kitchen. Están barra.
Entra por su lado, el láser tocadísimo, otro más. Un tiro en su lado, de 2.
Muerto también, otro más.
El otro, está en la carretera, Ana, cacho.
Salgo en palacio arriba, yo.
También en palacio.
Muerto siguiente, tío.
Honest to God, Heretics could have the best comms in the game, and I would simply never know. But what they don't have is the lead. Boston in firm control on Invasion the entire time. This has been a clinical performance, especially by Snoopy and Cap.
It really hasn't. With Boston this close towards the end, Heretics could do with a little bit of a miracle. Hold this, hit the rotation, hold that, and maybe, just maybe, a chance is all you need.
I mean, look, these are the 2 hills you can chain together. If you get this in a palace, that is full 60 potential, but it is 2 lone men trying to defend the site, and they are getting swarmed and picked apart. Metals that last line of defense has the pre-aim, but 2 players to kill. He gets them both, and you would flip the spawns. If there is any way to clutch up in this game, Heretics, this is actually the opportunity.
That much is in the chat. They need all the help they can get because Snoopy is flying. He wants to end this. He does not want to give him the opportunity. Finds another one. Keeps on moving. Climbs the ladder. Flies into the point. And that is going to basically be all they wrote. There's 10 seconds left, and I don't know if they're close enough.
Yeah, I mean, Boston's playing the safety net, too. You got to flood in towards the old time, and Priestahh just being sneaky, rotating the palace. But not sure if it's going to make a bit of difference because Snoopy is unkillable. MVP in the series and a one hell of a map. And if I'm Snoopy, I think he speaks a little bit of Spanish. I'd be talking some smack after that in the game chat because that was again, just an absolutely top-class performance.
Yeah, and I want to say, I feel like it was probably pretty even over the rest of the map, but they had an X factor. Boston Breach had a man who would not fail in anything he attempted. Snoopy, above and beyond, delivers the win to Boston Breach.
Yeah, dude, 5k damage. Look, Slasher only had 12 kills, but he had that rotation of Palace on lock the first time around. And I mean, Priestahh truly just was like the super soaker. So Priestahh actually drops like a pretty nice KD as well. KD on the front of Snoopy, but he was just busy sitting in the hill listening to Snoopy calling out everybody that he killed. An absolutely absurd map number 4. Predictions be damned and thrown out the window. Boston get the win. They get the CDL points that they absolutely needed, and maybe ask a few more questions about this Miami Heretics team.
Yeah, that's going to be the takeaway for them. I got to say, it did seem very, very close. We could be talking about this from a completely different point of view if maybe the S&D had gone the other way, and also the opportunity in the control. Unfortunately, when time passes, we won't remember just how close this was. All we'll know is that Boston stopped Heretics when they needed it the most.
No, absolutely. And Bryce, it was a pleasure casting with you. I believe we have the desk to talk about how they were all wrong.
Good job, guys.
Thanks, Chance. Were you wrong too?
I'll say, I bet $20 that guy was wrong.
Yeah,
no comment, no comment.
He's with us.
It was close.
Yeah, Mr. Platt, I see you, Lumberjack. All right, let's talk about this here, Desk, because Nameless, you were all grins backstage. You were loving what you were seeing out of Snoopy, and you said that's important for a young player like that. Why was this such a big matchup for him?
I mean, it was massive. He had a .7 yesterday. Obviously, he didn't rise to the occasion in that last series. And in this one, he absolutely took over when they needed him most. Also, some improvements in areas that they fell short yesterday. We were talking about that P1, how Fame got that nasty 3-piece. Well, what happens? Snoopy pushes out the cut and finds himself 3 to make sure that they secure it. They just seemed like a way different team today. Round 11 clutches, you know, securing wins while they're on offensive control. Like, it was beautifully played out of Boston.
And mad props to their coaching staff, or whoever was in charge of the changes from their matchup yesterday. Let's take a look, though, at our play of the game. Alley Cat, give us some play-by-play. Snoopy, he is our play of the game.
I'm about to say, this is probably just a highlight reel of Snoopy in that map number 4. I mean, going 31 and 17. He had more kills, as you can see on your screen right now, than Priestahh and Slasher combined by that tied mark in this game. So, like Ann said, a big performance out of Snoopy, especially trying to go for that Rookie of the Year. It's seeming like he's going to be that big light at the end of the tunnel for Boston Breach.
That 6th streak right at the midpoint in this game. That's where the tides turned, and that's where Boston locked it in, and they get the win over the Heretics. What this means now is Boston, you're back in that winner's bracket, right? Carolina, who is ahead of you in 8th place today, they lost. You're going to get the win over Miami, who is in 6th place. You're not comfortable yet, but things are looking way better than at the start of the day.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we were all worried, right? Because we're heading into Boston Breach's major, and we're like, hey, guys, like, wake up. You're going to do a little something, something. And thankfully, they did against the Miami Heretics. I think the most impressive map for me had to be map number 4, simply because I said at the beginning, they have the slaying power. We saw that with Cap and Snoopy, but they were lacking some fundies. We got P-Dog with 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We got Slasher early on rotation. So thankfully, they're making quick turnarounds on time.
Joining us right now in the Monster Winner Spotlight, we have to welcome back to the show young Snoop. How we feeling, Snoopy?
Yo, pretty good. You know, must need a win. We clutched up, and you know.
You clutched up a little bit today. 31 and 17 individually there in that game number 4. But talk to me a little bit about the situation, because I'm looking through the notes. You have losses to Surge, LA Thieves, and LAG. But you went to a Game 5 against FaZe, you beat Toronto 3-0, and now you beat Miami Heretics, who only had 1 loss coming into the day. Why is Boston playing better against the higher-seeded teams?
I mean, honestly, I feel like I've been learning a lot from my teammates and from those losses as well. So I think it's just, you know, a learning process. We've all, like, you know, getting the chem up and just knowing how to, like, play together. So, you know, it's just part of the process, you know. We'll hit final form.
For sure. And Snoopy, you know, obviously this conversation about, you know, being one of the more talked about rookies of this season. You come out in this series, I mean, you're doing it in Search and Destroy. You're doing it in Hardpoint. Like, what does the pressure feel like for you being a rookie on Boston Breach, but also, you know, kind of having to step up to the veterans on your teams who might be underperforming at times?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's pressure because, you know, coming into this year, I'm a rookie. And I don't want to, like, let my teammates down and underperform, but you know, it's just I'm learning a lot from my teammates. Shout out to them. I'm really happy to play with them, and I have, like, a great coaching staff too, and people that support me. So it's been great, to be honest.
Snoopy, you know, yesterday the series might have been a different story if you guys were able to clutch up at the end of that invasion. Now, similar situation today, except it seemed like you were much more involved pushing out cuts, sort of playing a little bit more free on the map. Was there a discussion after yesterday for you to switch up like your gameplay headed into today?
I mean, I knew after, you know, the maps I kind of like underperformed and let the team down. Certain situations, I watched it back a lot, and I went back in VOD too. And yeah, we like just talked about like, you know, how to play them, and we fixed some mistakes. So, you know, it's just about learning it.
Love it.
Your final match before we see you live in Boston at your home major is against the Subliners. It's a tough final draw. What are your thoughts going into that matchup?
Well, I mean, we know they're a really, you know, tough opponent, but we got what it takes to, you know, beat anyone. We're confident in ourselves, and you know, I'm just happy to just keep playing.
Looking forward to seeing you prove it, Snoop. Thank you for joining the show tonight.
Appreciate you guys.
That's Snoopy and Boston Breach with the final win on our Super Sunday. 4 matches are complete. And as we look back at some of the best moments, well, it started with chaos. The power went out here, but that didn't stop the games as Atlanta matched up against Las Vegas. Atlanta, after a very close 25-point difference in game 1, took care of business games 2 and 3. Later, we saw it was Minnesota 3-0 in Carolina. They finally get their first win. And I have to ask, guys, is this an expected result? Is Minnesota stronger than Carolina? Is this just a tough situation for Carolina with TJ filling in instead of Real? What's your take?
No, I don't think this was expected on either end unless you were a Minnesota Røkkr fan. For me, the biggest difference was Lynz. He had an incredible series against the Carolina Ravens, and I don't think you can really point any fingers at TJ either. I feel like he went in and got the job done that he needed to, and unfortunately, it was just one of those cases where Carolina didn't come out swinging.
Couldn't get it done. They fall 3-0. Minnesota, much needed match win in addition to those map wins. Because I have a feeling that these 1-5 teams are going to be battling for seeds just as much as everyone there at 3-3. Let's take a look, though, at our third matchup. LA Thieves versus Subliners. Subliners world champs. They were the favorites coming in. Any surprises for you, Nameless? You're like, no surprise here to see Invasion on Control. But any big takeaways?
You know, they do end up winning Invasion. I do think they need to work on their map pool. I think we were talking about this in the beginning of the day, where it's like the construct of this roster, their superstars are supposed to be Afro and Joedecieves, and they're SMG players. So it's going to take a little bit of time in an AR-dominant game for this team to sort of figure it out. But even today, some of those maps are extremely winnable. Just a couple of mistakes in the hard point. Like, they were still pretty close despite getting outslayed by so much. So I think going back to the VOD review session with JCap, they can figure it out.
Allie, we got to take a look at our standings here. What is your takeaway of week 3? We are now done. Just 1 week of games remain before our first major.
I feel like now I can very much confidently say we have a very solid top 4 that I feel like are definitely going to consistently beat everybody below them. Beyond that, though, we have some very inconsistent teams. I feel like we don't know what face we're going to get from them on either side.
There's a look at our standings. Thieves currently at the bottom of that leaderboard after today's loss. We'll see how it all shapes out, though, next week. And if you're looking for the Friday schedule, we've got some good ones, especially that 6 p.m. game. Could be the best all next week. And Subliners taking on Toronto. Give me some early juice here, Nameless. What are you feeling in that match?
Man, that one's super tough, but I'm going to go with New York, man. I think they win out the rest of the league here.
I like that call. Thank you all for tuning in. Enjoy the games, and we will see you next Friday, 2:45 Eastern, right here on Headquarters for the final week of qualifiers.
Woo. Shout out to my rivals. We both know now the world finally can see. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over no longer. Got the dream, got the drive, got the discipline. Got the heart, got the smart, got the business plan. Competition, y'all listen, you a real fan. Going for the ring again, yes, I'm the man. Getting hot, y'all sweating like a worker plan. Going hard like a leader running quicksand. I'm power up, call it Super Saiyan. About to reload, beast mode, all I'm saying. Yeah, I can hear you talking big trash. But I'm above it, getting big cash. But I don't know, bro, you look mad. I guess that's life to a rival when you look at idols. One thing you need to know, what's that? You will never get this title. But good luck out there, cause I say round here, man, it's no fear. No fear. Shout out to my rivals. You know you cannot beat me. Shout out to my rivals.
up all against it. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over no longer. Shout out to my rivals. You know you cannot beat me. Shout out to my rivals. We both know now to work all against it. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over no longer.
In the corner. Nice, bro. I would have killed him. I just
This is ugly, bro. What are they doing on the map?